Okay, now we have some action. We've got some sound back. Okay, now I did ask you if you were pumped and excited when we started. Then we had morning tea. I know those people upstairs were rushing to get their lobster mornay, and they were very pumped and excited, but unfortunately another 100 people beat them to it. So it was just one of those things. One of the things that also a couple of people asked me questions about in the break was with Shane's Fitzsimmons and not being able to be here today. It is a shame, but his priority is about people's safety. And unfortunately, his commitments with flood victims is where he had to be. So I apologise on his behalf that he was unable to make it, but I'm sure that you'll understand where his dedication lies and why he's in the position that he is. You know, it's one of those challenges, I guess, with any event, and we just have to adapt to it, don't we? We have to roll to it. Now, I did have some announcements to be made before I introduce our next speaker, and that is there a Rosalind Hardwick here? Could you please stand? Rosalind in the building, has left the building? No. You need to see Kylie Ann at lunch. That's the big announcement for that one. The other big announcement is if you've got special dietary requirements, make sure you go to the back of the room for something to eat. Don't just grab the first thing that comes to mind when you take your break. And also, the club assembly that was going to be held in Young, the district assembly, as it was known before, is now been cancelled, and it will watch this space. There'll be something else that will come up as far as timing and that goes for it. Okay? Now, the important thing to note that our next speaker, hang on, we have the in memoriam before we have our next speaker.
Some say love, it is a river that drowns the tender reed. Some say love, it is a razor that leaves your soul to bleed. Some say love, it is a hunger, an endless aching need. I say love, it is a flower, and you, it's only seed. It's the heart afraid of breaking that never learns to dance. It's the dream afraid of waking that never takes the chance. It's the one who won't be taken, who cannot seem to give, and the soul afraid of dying that never learns to live. chance for a break that would make it okay. There's always some reason to feel not good enough, and it's hard at the end of the day. I need some distraction. Oh, beautiful release. Memories seep from my veins. Let me be empty. Oh, weightless, and maybe I'll find some peace tonight. In the arms of the angel, fly away from here, from this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you fear. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. So tied up in a straight line, and everywhere you turn, there's vultures and thieves at your back. Storm keeps on twisting, keep on building the lies that you make up for all that you lack. It don't make no difference. Escape one last time. It's easier to believe in this sweet madness, all this glorious sadness that brings me to my knees. In the arms of the angel, fly away from here, from this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you fear. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie.
Each year when I see that, it allows me to reflect on the people that I've known throughout the district and also the memories that I have of them. As I'm sure it's the same for everybody else that's sitting here today, that just taking the time to reflect and remember who they were, what they did, what their love and their passion was, it's just a time not to forget them, but to embrace what they did and also to remember the contribution that they made not only to your clubs but also to the communities in which they worked. As we move on to our next speaker, it's a slightly different pace now, and I'm going to expect a lot from this speaker. I'm sure her favourite movie is Ride Like a Girl. I believe she has a pony. She says it's a pony, but I know it'll be a thoroughbred called Willie. Funny name for a thoroughbred, but Willie it is. Her favourite colour is pink. Loves roses, loves to garden. She has two boys, Will and Henry. I said, don't you mean Will and Harry? She said, no, it's Will and Henry. And so there's that sense of it. But she used to be in Young which is within our district. Do we agree on that? Young is in our district. And she had the hide to move to a place called Narromine. Now, should we include Narromine within our district to include our guest speaker within our district? What do we say? We should. So it's now with great pleasure that I introduce former Senator Fiona Nash. And Fiona is the Strategic Advisor for the Regional Development of the Charles Sturt University. Please put your hands together for Fiona.
Thank you, Anton, for that very kind introduction. Although I do have to correct you, my pony's name is Wiley. And he's not a thoroughbred. I did have a thoroughbred. He's actually 11 two hands, so he's definitely a pony. But thank you very much, Anton, for that very kind introduction. Firstly, can I acknowledge Michael Moore, the District Governor, and Dr. Jessie Harman, who's the Rotary International President's Representative, as I'm sure you well know. And all of you, delegates, can I acknowledge all of you here in the room today for what is a wonderful event. And what Rotary does for people of this nation is quite extraordinary. But I've been asked to make a few comments today around women in leadership. And I thought I'd do that from the perspective of both of the roles that I've had over recent years. Currently, as the Strategic Advisor, Regional Engagement and Government Relations, which is a bit of a mouthful, for Charles Sturt University, and prior to that, 12 years as a Senator and Minister in the federal government. The thing about those two roles that is exactly the same for me from my perspective as a woman in leadership in both of those roles is very obvious, and it's about growing stronger regions. And regional Australia has an incredibly bright future, but it's very important that we all ensure that everything is done that possibly can be done to grow those stronger regions into the future. So while those roles are very different, there's very much a common cause to both of them. And I've been with Charles Sturt University now for 3 years since I left Parliament, and I've been delighted to be part of that university. As Australia's largest regional university, Charles Sturt plays a really, really important role in what I've just mentioned, that growing stronger regions. We have campuses right across New South Wales. We have Port Macquarie, Dubbo, right here in Bathurst, Orange, Wagga, and Albury-Wodonga. And I'm actually a graduate of Charles Sturt, right here in Bathurst. I'll show my age when I say it was Mitchell College, long before it was, well, not long before it was Charles Sturt, just before it was a university. But was very fortunate to have done my degree here in Bathurst, which is a wonderful, wonderful town. But with my role with the university as well, we do have that, as I say, enormous footprint, but it's about our engagement with the local communities as well, which is very much key to my role. And we take very seriously at Charles Sturt University the responsibility that we have to work with our local communities for the betterment of those local communities and indeed the broader region. We're also very, very pleased that for the last 5 years, Charles Sturt has actually been number one for the highest number of graduates in employment 4 months after graduating. And that's fantastic, and we are incredibly proud of that, because what we're doing is graduating students who go on to get jobs. And that's against all the metropolitan universities, that's against all the other universities that we've been number one. And it's about that practical approach, I think, that we've got to our students, to graduating them, going out into the workforce. There's a number of things we're proud of at our university. We make an extraordinary economic contribution to the regions. So just before COVID, the last figures we've got sort of prior to that, sort of for the central and southern region, it was over $600 million in gross regional product that the university contributes. And to put it even more simply, right here locally, the university here contributes more to this local economy than Mount Panorama does. And thank you, yes. And I think it's things like that about Charles Sturt that people just don't know. So we know how important a role we play. And as I often say, if you took Sydney University out of Sydney, would the economy of Sydney notice? Probably not. If you took Charles Sturt University out of Bathurst, would Bathurst economy notice? You bet it would. And that's why we're so committed to our role in the regions with what we do and how we work and how we engage with the communities that we're in, and indeed regional people more broadly. So I'm very proud to be part of the university. I do have a very senior role at the university and do all of the government relations work currently for the university as well. But what we really do well is graduate students that go on to work in regional areas. So over 80% on average of the graduates that we put through Charles Sturt go back to the regions or to the regions to practice their profession and to work. And that's really exciting because we have so many areas across regional Australia where we see workforce shortage. So we are training the people coming through Charles Sturt University that will go to the jobs we need them to go to and provide those professions that we need out in the regions. And one that is very dear to my heart and very exciting is this year we have the first year of the Charles Sturt's Medical School. We've got our first intake of students at our Orange campus doing year one of our medical school, which we're doing as a joint program in medicine with Western Sydney University. And this is so exciting. It's been about 7 years in the making, more than that now actually. On the other side, when I was previously in Parliament, I worked incredibly hard to get this up, because what it's going to do is train students in the regions in medicine who are going to go to regional areas and be a doctor. And that is not just me saying it, that's from all of the work and research that's been done. And every single one of the around the 45 students we've taken in for the first year's intake, everyone is rural origin. And we know that if students are from the regions and they're trained in the regions, they are far more likely to go on to the regions to practice their profession, which is very exciting. We had 811 applications for medicine for those 45 places. So it's very exciting, and we'll be talking to the government about more places and expanding it as well, but terribly exciting for the first year. So excuse me just one moment. So having spent 3 years at Charles Sturt, I am very excited about the future of education in the regions and what we're doing, not just at Charles Sturt, but regional universities right across the state and actually right across the country. Prior to that, my other role as women in leadership was 12 years in the federal parliament. So I went in as a senator in 2005. Prior to that, very quickly, I'd grown up in Sydney for 16 years, was never a Sydney person, was always looking at getting out of the Sydney. My father, who was Scottish, used to farm previously in Scotland, and my uncle had a small farm in the Southern Highlands, so I think it was probably always in my blood. Moved out of Sydney, came here to college, and got married not long after that, and then spent a couple of decades living between Young and Cowra, not far down the road, and farming there. A few changes, and my boys, who are 28 and 26, Will and Henry, they now own and run the farm, which is now over at Forbes, and very exciting to watch. And they're both getting married this year, which is also very exciting, says she, the mother. But very, very exciting indeed. I was very involved in the National Party before I went on to become a parliamentarian. So from the mid-90s, I was involved in the National Party. And somebody asked me a while ago, how did you get involved in politics? I said lots of late night discussions and dinners talking about things and complaining about things. And I thought, well, if I'm going to complain about things, I should be prepared to get up off my tail and do something to try and contribute and to try and make things better. So I joined the local branch of the Nationals. So I was very involved in the organisational side of the party for a number of years, and Ian Armstrong, who has sadly just very recently left us, was a great mentor of mine as the leader of the National Party in New South Wales and the former Deputy Premier. And he was a terrific fellow and somebody not too far away from here. An enormous mark on me and my future, and I doubt I would have gone on to the career in politics that I'd had without him. And I think that importance of mentoring is a very, very significant thing. But I was fortunate enough to go into the Senate in 2000. Sector across the country if I'm not prepared to back myself and put my hand up for it. So I did, and I'm very glad I did because I was fortunate enough that my party backed me and did indeed elect me as deputy leader. So I was deputy to Barney Joyce at the time, who was leader of the party, and that was a very interesting time, and we had that was a collective laugh back from the room. He certainly is a colourful character, but I tell you, we had a terrific time working together. Clearly, we're quite different, but as a team, one thing we were absolutely in lockstep about was how do we make things better for regional people? How do we make their world a better place? So I was very fortunate to be able to do that. And at that same time went into Cabinet. And to sit around the Cabinet table and sitting across from the Prime Minister, and at the time in Cabinet it's all done on a hierarchy and seniority, and you have a place in Cabinet. And I was number 5. And at the time, I was actually more senior than the now Prime Minister, who was then the Treasurer, Scott Morrison, who was number 6. So I used to tell my children that with great delight. But to sit around that cabinet table, the responsibility that I felt to do a good job, particularly as a woman in leadership, was enormous. And it was actually the same when I first walked into the Senate. When I first walked into that Senate chamber, I thought, you know, there are a handful of people in this chamber compared to the nation, 72 compared to over 20 million, and I have that honour and that responsibility. And it was a responsibility that never left me to try and do the best job that I possibly could. But for women in leadership as well, I think it's really important that women encourage other women and women mentor other women. And one thing that did become clear over my time in public life, that women don't necessarily always support other women. And it's something we need to talk about more, because we talk about men not supporting women, but we also need to make sure that women are supporting women as well, that we are all supporting each other to do the best job that we possibly can. And so now, I guess, having been through all of those roles and all of those times, one thing I do take seriously is trying to encourage other women to be the best they can be. And I was fortunate enough to have been asked a few weeks ago to go to Kinross Wallaroi School just over at Orange for the International Women's Day. And as I was looking at the Assembly and talking to the Assembly, I thought, these wonderful young Australians in this room, they were just incredible, and that's replicated right across this country. And in so often the negative commentary we hear about young people, we have to remember that we have extraordinary young people right across this country. And it just reminded me when I was at Kinross that few weeks ago that indeed that is the case. And there were a couple of things that I said to them that I hoped through my time as a woman in leadership positions might be able to help them as they went along and went through their lives and aspired to be things. And one of them was, there is no failure in not trying. There is only failure in not succeeding in the first place. And I think that's particularly important for young people, just to back themselves and have a go. And one of the other things that I said to them, which I think is really important, particularly for young people, for teenagers, when there's so much competition and so much pressure, is don't measure yourself against other people. Measure yourself against your best self and be as good as you can possibly be. And if you have done everything you possibly could have done to be your best self, to be the best you possibly could be, then you have done everything you possibly could have, and you have absolutely succeeded. So there are, I suppose, a number of stories over the years that I've been involved in these leadership positions, and I hope there's many more years to come that I'm still in leadership positions doing various things. Because it is really important that women step up. And not just because they're women, but, as I often say, because women bring a different perspective. And if I look at politics, if I look at Parliament, and we talk about wanting to have equal representation, it's just sensible. Because if we've got roughly 50-50 males and females out in our communities, if the representative voice is as close to that as it possibly can be, then we'll get the best representation. And women bring a different perspective. It's not a better view than men, it's not a lesser view than men, it's just a different perspective. So from a political perspective, having those collective voices and balance of men and women around the decision-making tables means that so many views are considered and so many other perspectives are considered that otherwise might not be if we didn't have a good balance of women in the room. And that's why I think it's really important that women put their hand up. So thank you very much for having me here this morning. It's been an absolute delight, and I was very honoured to have been asked to come here and speak to you today. So thank you. All the very best for your deliberations over your time here. Enjoy the wonderful Bathurst, and thank you again for having me.
I've got a small gift for you. Thanks, Fiona. No worries. Thank you, Fiona. It's interesting, in our club, I think it's, if it's not 50-50, it's probably 55-45. So we have a pretty balanced club, and it's surprising, I guess. One of the things to think about with Charles Sturt University, yes, it's throughout the region, and yes, they've also got a campus in Canberra as well. One thing that I'd probably encourage you to do is, as leaders within in the community, is seek out the universities to see if they're looking for mentors for their students. I'm involved in mentoring a number of students in Canberra, and a lot of the time they're looking just for support, someone to bounce an idea off, someone that helps them find their own value. And I've got to say, for someone as a mentor, it's like watching a flower bloom. If you can take the time, it might be an hour a month, it could be a couple of hours a month, but approach the local university and see if they have a mentoring program that you could be involved in and contribute, because it does make a difference to the students that are there. Now, we all want to know what other Rotary clubs are doing. We want to know what's going on out there. What's that club doing that we're not doing? And what can we learn from them? What ideas can we take from them and maybe introduce into our area? Part of why you're here this weekend is to consider maybe organising a sister club relationship with another club that wasn't in the district before. Now we're in one district. Reach out and see if you can learn something from another club. Ask for their support. I've been to Rotary clubs all around the world, and I can tell you the most common thing is they're all different and they all have great projects, but they're all open to learn. But if you take the time to reach out while you've got people in the room, it makes life a little bit easier, and you'd be surprised at the difference it might bring to your club, just a simple project. So we're going to have a couple of sessions over the weekend about club projects and what's going on. Go and pounce on these people and ask them, how can we do it in our area, and take it from there. Now, the first speaker that I've got today, he's a bit of a wild man. He's been known to travel the globe. He's an expert in tourism, and I can vouch for that because he's had a huge impact on the tourism industry throughout the Canberra region. I'd like to call on David Marshall to talk about the Rotary Vulnerable Youth Project.
Thank you very much indeed, Anton, and thanks for the opportunity of presenting this project today. The journey started about 3 years ago when we wanted to have a legacy project for Rotary to celebrate 100 years in Australia, and we went and talked to the police, and the police said the biggest issue in this country is youth 12 to 17 years of age, and it's a very sad tale, but I'm going to tell you now about a project we've launched just recently with the full support of our District Governor, Michael Moore, and we're very appreciative for Michael's ongoing support for this, and many of you have seen this presentation before. I've been visiting Rotary clubs and talking about it, but let's have a look and see what it means. So it's a legacy project, and the partners are the local councils in the Canberra region in our district, the ACT New South Wales Government, ACT and New South Wales Departments of Family and Community Services. And we have joined, the Rotary Club of Canberra, who's initiated this, joined with an organisation called Rubies in Adelaide. They run 4 homes in this state, and it has been overwhelmingly successful, targeted at 12 to 17-year-old young people. And we've also been working with St Vincent de Paul and also the Salvation Army. Now, this is a staggering fact. Mission Australia conducted a survey, and they found that 6 young people aged 15 to 19 years of age, 1 in 6 have been homeless. Can you believe this in Australia? Now, homeless doesn't mean on the streets. It means that they may well be couch surfing, doing other sorts of things, but they're not with their families at home. On any given night in Australia, there is 116,000 people homeless. 27,000 of those, 680, are aged 12 to 24 years. Now, these figures are staggering, and when I started to look at this, I thought this is almost unbelievable to think that that's the case. And particularly in New South Wales, 12 to 18-year-olds, the problem has increased by 32% over 10 years to 2016, and it is a growing problem. So what are we going to do about this? And Rotary is well placed to assist. A Ruby's home in Adelaide. Let me explain what this is. They're normal suburban homes. In fact, the neighbours wouldn't even know these kids are living there. And you can see, very nice, very well kept. They're like any lovely, well-kept and family environmental home. So let's have a look. You can see there the lounge area, a little library. This is a great quote. Having a place to go home is home, or having a place to go is home. Having a person to love is family, and having both is a blessing. And don't we all take this for granted? So we start to think about what we could do. Now, these homes, and this is a picture of what they look like. 6 bedrooms plus a room for a social worker. They cost about $800,000 to run a year. Now, that cost is for staff because they are packaged up around social workers and other professionals to help these young people. Rotary's commitment is by negotiation. Our first home is going to be opened hopefully in July in Warramanga in the ACT, and I'll explain this as we go through. And Rotary's commitment is $50,000. The home is being refurbished at the moment for a cost of about $800,000. Vinnie's or similar will manage the home as well. Now, kids stay an average of about 3 nights a week over a period of about 6 months. The idea that this project is a circuit breaker for families. Families who are, in some cases, very dysfunctional. Parents might have alcohol or drug problems. There might be incredible conflict. And so the kids need to go out for 2 to 3 days and then they come back to the family. That's how this works. 75% of those young people who move out of home and come to Ruby's actually end up moving back into their homes. Now, this is an incredibly successful story. Home is manned 24/7 by a social worker, and family rules apply. So if you're at home and you have to go to bed at 10 o'clock or whatever the case may be, if you're living at Ruby's, that applies as well. So the families are very much part of the process of the rehabilitation, if you like, of the family. Now, these kids attend school, they cook and clean at home. The family environment is critically important in this atmosphere. Their parents are involved. Is that better? Okay, all right. I'll start again, shall I? Is that my job? Okay. And again, strict rules, no drugs or alcohol allowed. So the interesting thing about this is kids are really very, very conscious about wanting to do the right thing. So parents and other services like the police refer these young people to Ruby's. Now, they do come from difficult home environments, as I mentioned before. These young people can have mental health issues as well. We don't think about this enough. Some of them are impacted by drugs. Some have been in detention. Self-harm, though, is a major concern. And it's quite interesting to see, again, over the lockdown period, that the risk of self-harm has tripled. It's really quite staggering. And only a couple of weeks back, this story hit in the Daily Telegraph. In New South Wales, teen self-harm has spiked massively. And so we start to think about the fact that this is a very real problem for us, not only in our district, but of course on a national basis. So the home in Canberra, in the suburb of Warramanga, this is what it looks like at the moment. It's starting to be refurbished as I speak. And you can see it's been, well, very badly treated. But it's a home where the ACT government own it, and they're providing the refurbishments and so forth in it as well. It's got quite a spacious area outside, a barbecue area and so forth, but it needs a lot of love and attention. And it has a flat at the back where a social worker can live and also conduct conversations with these young people and their parents. So at the moment we've got 2 bank accounts which have been established, And Rosemary Everett is part and parcel of our committee, and I'll show you that committee shortly. We have a non-tax deductible and a tax deductible account. We have tax deductible gift status, recipient status, and then we're incorporated in the ACT. Now, we have a governance board, which has been established now for just on 12 months. I mentioned Rosemary. We have the past president of the Rotary Club of Canberra, Ellen, who also works on the project committee of the refurbishment of this particular home. The current president, we have George, of course, Weston, from Leeton. Georgie Lacudia, who was a lawyer, past president of the Rotary Club of Tuggeranong, and a very young lawyer, just been married, which is excellent. And Emma Bell, even a Rotaractor, has joined the committee because we're thinking about the future and we need to deal with young people. It's a young people's issue. We need people recommending and advising us on how we proceed with this particular project. So the home is owned by the government. The service providers, they tended to run the facility. The service provider is licensed by Ruby's in Adelaide. And Rotary's role is simply to advise and provide some funding in its operation. So some things to wrap up with. The current funding, we have local foundations which are giving money and can. We have applications into Rotary International. Rotary District Clubs, of course, are going to be providing funding for us as well. And we have donations from trusts and private benefactors. And we're just about to start on this journey now. When you think about what Rotary does for young people, it is absolutely sensational. And this particular project fits beautifully into what we do as an organisation. And so the next steps, establish Rotary, or Rotary can establish these homes across the district. We've already had interest expressed from Merimbula and from Wagga. And my call is, if you want to establish a Ruby's home in your area, if you think this is a good idea, well, please come and talk to us. But we need a total commitment from Rotary to make this work. And we need every club's financial support in one way or another. The big problem is increased family violence. It's not going to go away, as we well know. Why don't we try and raise 2 million? I mean, let's really think big about how we can make a difference. So we can support the most vulnerable. Rotary is going to be recognised for this contribution on a national basis, and it is certainly a wonderful legacy project. So finally, let us know if you're interested. Contact details are on the handout. We sent out handouts to you late last week. And also speak to any one member of the Canberra Rotary Club that are here today, and particularly to the District Governor, Michael Moore, who's right across this. And also invite us to speak at your club. We'd welcome the opportunity of doing that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to your support.
It just goes to show that you can actually just make a difference right here in your community just by asking other groups and associations to help support you and to make it happen in local councils. My wife works in a local high school in Queanbeyan and does a lot of student support, and that age bracket are the ones that absolutely need it. It's surprising. Go and talk to your local school counsellor if you want to get an indication of what it's like in your area, and then you'll have no qualms in thinking about what support you need to give and where. It's now my pleasure to call John Platten to the stage to talk about wheelchair soccer. Has everybody heard of wheelchair soccer? Yeah. Has anybody played wheelchair soccer? Have you been and watched it played? It's one of those things where when you see it, you just can't believe how it works, but it works really good. Put your hands together for John.
Fellow Rotarians and Senator Nash, I really enjoyed your speech. It's very good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a movie or a video that the ABC did for us when we presented these wheelchairs. They're called power chairs. They come from Minnesota in the US. As soon as we get this going. Yep. Let's go.
A year-long project came to fruition today, with the Aurora Gungahlin Rotary Club delivering 8 brand new Strikeforce wheelchairs worth more than $120,000 in total to surprise members of the Canberra United Power Chair football team. And it all came about with one of the great sales pitches.
Two of the boys from the team, Michael and Aaron, went to Rotary and had a chat with them and said, look, we need a chair, we need to compete.
So we decided, yeah, we'll buy one chair, okay? And as we were leaving the meeting, both boys, Aaron and Michael, both yelled out and said, look, we don't need one chair, we need 8 chairs.
And then Rotary approached Capital Football, came out to one of the trainings, knew what we needed, saw that our chairs weren't as good as they could be, and here we are today.
A good sting, put it that way.
The chairs are a marked improvement on the modified recreational chairs the boys have been using.
Yeah, really fast. Yeah. Makes it easier when you're already in a chair. Makes it a bit easier to control one of these ones.
The right equipment means the team now have their eyes on next year's Australian Power Chair National Championship. Although Brandon says he's a bit worried about wearing the familiar Canberra United shirt.
Oh, it'd be pretty nerve-wracking because you're representing all of Canberra.
It just makes us proud of who we are, and Canberra supporting us and being behind us. It's truly, truly heartwarming.
The ability to compete at a national level for the first time is a huge step for Capital Football. They're proud to be providing football to people of all abilities, and that is clearly shared among the Rotarians as well.
Oh, all the pride in the world. Brings a tear to your eyes, quite frankly.
These boys make me smile and make me laugh. And look, I've had a few bruises up the shin, but you put that aside to see what they can do out there, and the life you make is different. So I love it.
A bunch of smiles from a team now equipped to take on the best in Australia. Brett McKay, ABC News, Canberra.
So what I'm going to do now is, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. I'm just going to run through a few slides. There's about a dozen of them. And also show you what our club has been doing over the last 2 years. Okay, so we go to the start. Go right to the start. Yeah, back to the start. Keep going back. Okay, so the introduction was by the school teacher on the right. She's at Harrison School. We have a big, we help each other out. They have a storage container on the school which we use as our storage compartment, and we work very well together between Rotary and Aurora Gungahlin and the Harrison School. Next. Okay, so this is just some of the families when they brought out the wheelchairs, and you can see the delight in the children's faces. The 2 boys that are the devils in disguise is the boy in the wheelchair on the left, and his brother is the one standing there. So that's what the wheelchairs look like. Now this is a bit of a deal. We had to get them from Minnesota, and Minnesota, as you know, was in quite a bit of strife with the police and other people and the deaths there. So what happened was the COVID actually worked well for us, because when we started this thing, the dollar was worth 62 cents. But with COVID striking in the US like it did, the company that manufactures this Strikeforce lost all of its customers. So they reduced the price of the chairs. So we didn't buy 8, we actually bought 9. Okay, so that's all the Aurora Gungahlin, not all of them, but some of the members. Okay, please. And this is the families. One of the things that we did learn in this is that it brings all the families together. They were all individuals, but now they keep on telling us that after this has happened, they're just one big family. Okay? Next, please. That's just some of the members. Now you can see, and I'll get into this in a minute, you can see all the signs. They're all the donators, all the people that donated to this. And Capital Football has been very good, because what they did, they made the signs, they put the names on the back of the chairs, they give them numbers, and they gave them the jumpers. Yes, please. Okay, so this is 2 quotes that came out of the boys. Pinch me, it's a dream. There are people out there who care about us, Michael Foster. Okay? So, next please. And as I said, you can see what Capital Football has done. They've put them all together, and yesterday's Canberra Times had a big article on this. As the boys are starting today, at 11 o'clock today, they played their first comp, Gungahlin against Woden. Okay, next please. Now this is a really interesting one. While the chairs were being purchased by us, or by Rotary from the US and having to come out here, we set up a game between Sydney and Canberra. And Sydney teams lent us some chairs, which are the black ones that you can see. And the boy right on the left there, with the blue shirt on, he plays for Australia in the Power Roos. Now next year, in Australia, will be the Power Chairs international competition for soccer. There's 30 countries represented, and he came down with the chairs, came down on a long weekend in January. He trained these boys on Friday and Saturday, and they played Sydney on Sunday, and have a guess who won? We won 1-0. Yes, please. Yes, please. Now, you can see this. So they are now going to play in the interstate competition for the Rotary Cup. Okay? So the first thing was put on there, Canberra defeated Sydney 1-0. One more. And how did we do it? It wasn't just Aurora Gungahlin, don't get me wrong. It was everybody up there. So we joined forces with our own team, Hall, Yass, Ginadera, Jerabomba, Belconnen. One of our members donated $10,000 because the family had been associated with people with disabilities. So they came up with the $10,000. Now when we started this, it took us about a month to raise $126,000 in promises. But what actually occurred was COVID came along, and a lot of the companies that said they were going to do it, and clubs, pulled out, okay? So then we went around and we started again. So these are the companies that produced it. Think Logical is a US-based company, a multinational company, worth about $3 billion or something. NetApp is another American company, big storage company. They gave us money. NetAlp, they gave us money. Aspen Medical, Glenn Keys, you often see him on the television, he gave us money. We were 5,000 short. I rang Glenn up and said, listen, Glenn, mate, I need $5,000. He said, send the details, they'll be in there in the afternoon. Armadillo's Cafe is where we meet. And the Snow Foundation, which for the Canberra people, you all know how good they are. So that's how it is. The transportation cost from Minnesota was provided by MD through EDI Freight, you can read that, at a wholesale cost. They never ever put any profit on it for us. And Classic Couriers picked the container up in Botany Bay and brought it to Canberra. Okay? So that's how we did it. But it was a whole Rotary project. Now just on that, and somebody mentioned before that we should be doing something with other clubs in the district. I was just talking to Catherine Fitzsimons here, and our club has joined with the 3 Bathurst clubs, and we will put monitoring systems in the children's ward in the Bathurst Hospital. Okay. One more. Okay, so these are the projects that we've done in the last 2 years before COVID hit. In actual fact, we've put $225,000 back into the community. Okay, and we've raised it in several different ways, and that includes sponsorship of everything that you saw there before. Okay, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, John. It's really amazing, isn't it, when you see something like that? You know, one thing about Rotary, as my mum would say, do you know someone who knows someone? And in Rotary, we all probably do. We all know someone who's got a skill that we don't have or the club doesn't have but can assist us. Take the time this weekend to reach out and find out what somebody else can do just to assist you, just to point you in the right direction. It'll make such a difference. Now, the person I've got to call up now is a bit of a wild lady. She's one of those women where, wow, you just stand back and watch what happens. You notice how she's running towards the stage now because she's worried about what I might say next. But if you want to know a little bit about Romac, this is not who you ask. If you want to know a lot about Romac, but we're afraid to ask, then Sandra Goldstrom is the one to ask. Sandra.
Thank you, everyone. Well, start, please. Hold on. Wait for it.
We're pivoting, we're adjusting.
Yes. It was right a few minutes ago. Technology, eh? Can't see up the back. Well, ROMAC, Rotary Oceania Medical Aid for Children. I'll wait for this to come on. It's a program been going for about 35 years, and we've looked after over 550 children from around the shores of Australia and New Zealand. We only look after the ones close to us. It's Australian and New Zealand, so, you know, we all, that's where it's... Can you get it going? It was a minute ago. Before. Oh, dear. Okay. Well, we haven't started. I've been told I'll be allowed to stay as long as I like. Thanks, Anton.
You Sandra.
Well, remember, Mum? I'm Mum. Okay.
Sandra's called Mum as well, so when you see Sandra around, you say, hi, Mum.
Come on, over here, Vincent. Here we go. Vision. Come over here. Come on, over here, Vincent. This is Vincent. This little boy, Vincent Toto, came to us in 2019 in July. He was 2 months old, and here he is 17 months old, his first walking. You know, the milestones, we've watched all his milestones when he came to us. He was such a delightful little child that, you know, we just couldn't help but love. Vincent came with his mum. We always bring a mum. Mum was only 21 years old. This is her first child, and you can imagine what it'd be like. She lives in a village in Solomon Islands at about 4 to 6 hours away from the main Honiara. So she'd never been on a plane. So just imagine what Mum would be thinking and how she had to learn to trust people who she didn't even know. So she arrived at the airport. These children are very special. They, you know, we look at one child, but, you know, think about it as a family. Think about it as a mum. Think about it as a village and at a country. And Rotary is an international organisation, and this is the humanitarian program that we have, and I'm very proud to be a part of this. He arrived, and as I say, 2 months old. He didn't have, there was a gap between his esophagus and his stomach, so he couldn't eat. He had a gastroscopy tube in his tummy, and that's what that is. So he was very sick, and he couldn't eat anything at all. It was a very complicated case, and very rare. So this is the gap. So they had to try to pull it together. So, but he was a little young, so they had to wait for about another month. So in August, he had his first operation. He was in neonatal intensive care for about over a month, and at that time the mother always went and stayed at Ronald McDonald House. You know, Ronald McDonald House supports ROMAC with all the time, and it never charges anything for our mums. And so she had this is Jacinta, and she didn't know anyone. She had to be looked after. She couldn't speak that much English, but she did speak pidgin English. By the time she left, she was very, very fluent. You can see all the tubing. There's our delightful little boy. How can you not love him? And we miss him dearly, because he's our family. And she falls in love with my little Gemma. We had a lot of fun times, a lot of family times. Christmas, of course, first Christmas. They don't celebrate like we do, but they were family, and it was just lovely. Can you see the look in Vincent's eyes looking up at Brian? I just think that it's just a beautiful photo. Well, yes, he had to have gastroscopies regularly just to check to see whether or not the operation site was working, was healing, and he could start to eat. So for the first 3-4 months, he couldn't still eat orally. He had to use the tube in his belly. But he kept on vomiting even from the food that we gave him in his belly. And it just was, and that caused a lot of acidic acid that came up. And so the lower part where the operation was, it became ulcerated. So what do? Well, you know, I just love the bounce back. As you see, he's now sitting up. So we watched all his milestones. It's lovely. So in January, they had to do something. So they had to join up they had to lift up the stomach, and that was going to help so that he wouldn't be sick. So that was good. Yeah, I love that picture. Yeah, but in August he still couldn't have any surgery. I'm going to go back one. That was the fundoplication. Then in August, he still couldn't eat. He kept on, it just kept blocking the surgery site. Now, those who you don't know, that when scar tissue does not cause any food to go through at all, but a normal peristalsis there is normal peristalsis in your esophagus that helps push the food through into your tummy. But with scar tissue, you don't have that. So that's where we kept on having to go back every week for a dilatation to see if it will stay open so he can start to eat. It just wouldn't. So we had about 30, 40 trips into the hospital every week for a day procedures, and it didn't work. So we had to have a third major surgery. So in August we had that. So it was back to square one again in NICU for another neonatal intensive care for another month, and of course back into this Ronald McDonald House. But he just bounces back. At the Canberra Hospital we have a wall of fame, I call it, of our children that we've looked after. This wall, you may have seen it on ABC at different times, because nearly all our children, we get publicity. And because we like to tell everybody how supportive we have of these children, and with the ACT government support, we're just so pleased. This little boy was Reedley. He came over from Vanuatu. Now, he really looks well there. When he arrived, he was 14 and he only weighed 27 kilos. He had this huge big belly, and he only went to the toilet once a month. And it just got bigger and bigger. He was in a lot of pain when he came to us. And when he had his first surgery and gave him a colostomy, he was 22.5 kilos at 14. So, and that's how much came out. He went home for 12 months to rest the colostomy, and then came back, and that's him going home finally, which is great. But the most memorable thing that in all of ROMAC is what Mum said. Juliet, when she came at the hospital, when she first arrived at the airport, she looked at me, because we just give them a hug and we say, we're family now. And she said to me, he's my only son, and I love him, and I'll do anything for him. And that's what Romac's all about. It's mums who love their kids just like we love our kids. It's just not fair where they're born, and we need to support them as much as we can. Look at that. That's the next 9 that we've got, 9 children. We've now had 21 children at the Canberra Hospital, and these are going up on the wall. So if you're ever at the Women and Children's Hospital, up in the surgical paediatric ward, these are just about to be put up there, and we hope to go into the media again for that. Well, I'm pretty assured by the hospital that they want that. Of course, it's all good news for the hospital. You can see our little Vincent, but they're all from different countries. Mostly we've got a lot from Solomon, because there's a team of doctors that go over to Solomon Islands, or did, twice a year, and they would do some minor operations and refer to Romac other children. So we've got Timor, Fiji, and Solomon Islands are there, but we do look after other children. COVID has made a hell of a difference. We can't bring any children in. They're all there. We've had over 200 children that have been referred to us. We can't bring them in. And of course, we keep hearing this one's died and that one's died. And it's very, very, very sad. We can't do anything about it. But once these borders are opened, you know what? They're coming in, and they're going to be everywhere. That's where we need your support. We want to be ready so that when we can bring these children in. I mean, in Canberra, we're the only ones that we have a memorandum of understanding. I'll go back. We have a memorandum of understanding where we can bring up to 4 children free care a year. Not quite free care, because we do have to support the government for a little bit, but nothing in comparison to the cost. All the medical imaging, all the pathology, all the operations, all the surgeons, all the team at the paediatric ward, so they just love our children, because they're learning a lot from these kids, because these conditions are so complicated, and they really support our children. Now, this memorandum of understanding ran out in February. I did write to the minister, and just for good news, well, we haven't quite got good news, but I guess I anticipate that we've got a meeting with Rachel Stephen-Smith on the 1st of April, and I'm hoping and Professor David Croker will come with me, and we're trying to get an extended memorandum of understanding. Okay, we won't be able to have it for a couple of years and until COVID's finished, but I want it ready so that when the kids are ready, when we can get these kids in, we're going to get these kids in. So it is a voluntary organisation. It's a humanitarian program. It is something that, you look at it from a mother point of view, from a country point of view. We should be supporting these countries it's not fair that they're born where they are, So I'd like to think that we'd get a memorandum of understanding with every state and territory. You might have seen us on ABC. We were very pleased to see that our this program was on national ABC in October last year. Now, remember, this little mum has gone home, and at this stage we know that Vincent's is doing well. But, So I'd like to think that if you'd like to support Romac, I've put out some leaflets on to be a friend of Romac and to support this wonderful program, which I know it's a passion of mine, and I'll continue to do that. Because now I have 23 children, 23 grandchildren, and I keep in contact with some of them, but not all of them. Reedley now is from Vanuatu. He now is at college, and we've had Hanicio from Timor. He's at university. So, these kids have had the opportunity to live. And we should be very proud of our health system and what we have in Australia, and be thankful. Thank you very much.
Before you go, so hang on, Sandra. Sandra, how many children have you hosted at your own home?
About 11. But this one was, we had him for 17 months.
And what's the impact that it has on you and your family having seen a child grow and the difference that it makes to them?
I have an extended family. I have all these grandchildren. I can go to these countries. Actually went to Timor. We went to Timor about 4 years ago and caught up with 5 of our Romac families. The children didn't know us because some of them were babies. We actually had a baby born in Canberra from Timor who was a Romac child because it needed an operation as soon as it was born because it wasn't joined between the stomach and the bowel, so we couldn't have looked after him otherwise. So she came. And catching up with these mums and the fathers, we met the fathers, and it's just so thrilling. You know, every person is important, every child is important. Rotary program is just amazing, and I love it.
Thank you, Sandra. Put your hands together for Sandra. It's certainly, these are the things that are going on around the area. And I notice there's been a bit of a focus around sort of the Canberra region, but rest assured, it's going to be a focus around the other part of our district as well coming in our second half. Now, this particular gentleman who's been around for a long time in Rotary, like almost 100 years, I'm sure, who always finds something to do to help people. I've got no idea what inspires him, but he just keeps doing it decade after decade after decade. He doesn't seem to find anything that he can't fix, can't improve, or can't make a difference for. And now he's trying to scoot up the back of the stairs when he should be coming forward. But he always finds a team of people who can help make a difference for him. Now, he's usually a man of few words. Sorry, a few words at once. And but it's with great pleasure that I invite Fred Falk up here to talk about medical aid recovery and the redistribution of hail-damaged roofing, right? And the refurbishing. And the Rotary Club of Crookwell, Fred. It's all yours, Fred.
Won't need that for a moment. Over these last... come near that mic. Might make a difference. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no worries, okay. Over this last... It's 12 months now. It seems like last week to me. But I've been at the forefront of an exercise which very often people look at me and go, God, what he did. It's not true. It's all lies. Totally. Somebody had the inspiration, and it's these 2 gentlemen standing behind me. These 2 gentlemen started this hail damaged roofing recovery project, and I just came along to help.
My name's John Van Nieuwenhausen, President of the Crookwell Rotary Club. When the virus hit in, probably beginning of March, for us anyway, in Crookwell, I think we had one meeting in March and the following one was cancelled. One of our members, Les Hewitt, was trying to figure out a way to have a project while this virus was going around the world. One of the ex-members, Henry Thompson, got in touch with Les and come up with the idea, especially after the bushfires, that we can maybe stockpile second-hand roofing iron and so forth and start a collection of this roofing iron to help farmers that lost sheds and so forth in the bushfires, which was quite a horrendous thing, especially around the Batlow, Tumbarumba, Adelong area. So we got together and started talking about this, but because we were in Crookwell and Canberra was, well, a fair way away. We had to work out a way to stockpile the iron when it come through. So I rang around Canberra and I finally met up with Fred behind me. He had also was a guest speaker at our Rotary Club about shelter boxes, but I didn't know that he was involved in what he was involved in. Anyway, as things started to progress, we had to find a area where we could stockpile this tin, and Fred came in again, and we found a depot in Hume where we could stockpile it and take it there, and then the trucks come in and take it down to Tumbarumba. In the meantime, we were getting in touch with different roofing companies. We put what do you call it, on the Facebook, we put a report on Facebook that we were looking for roofing iron, and a Lions Club member from Gunning, Terry MacDonald, got in touch with me because my phone number was there, and he rang me, and that's how it all started with different builders, where we went down, picked it up, and took it to the depot, and well, as things progressed, it got bigger and bigger. And in the end, I think we ended up, 2,000 sheets or something?
Oh, thousands.
Thousands of sheets that went to Tumbarumba. But I think I should put Martin on.
Yes.
And he's from Tumbarumba, and to have a talk about when the sheets arrived there.
Thank you, John and Fred. Yes, December 2019, January 2020. It was quite a traumatic time for the Batlow, and I acknowledge the Batlow members here, Tumbarumba and outskirts of Adelong. There was a fire called the Duns Road Fire, and it was small. It was way up north from Tumbarumba, and then people went to bed one night, and the next thing, it's at their doors. It had travelled in the order of 60 kilometres, making Batlow people run for their lives in some cases. Houses were burnt, sheds, pump houses, chook sheds, all sorts of things were destroyed, and people were not ready for it. Unfortunately, the fire went further south and east, and Canberra people got a warning because it was up near Adaminaby. But around the Batlow and Tumbarumba area, there were families who lost their homes. Some of them had the chance to grab a few things, and others didn't. They had to flee straight away. But who of you has chooks? Anyone? A few people? Who has a pump house? Place where they pump water from? A machinery shed or a garage or any other sort of outhouse? Are they insured? No, they're not insured. And some people's houses were not insured. So when we had the opportunity to use this corrugated iron that had been salvaged, a lot of it was in good condition, and we had people who needed to repair their buildings, store their things, keep their chooks safe. So the corrugated iron was brought down to Tumbarumba, and the Rotary Club made it available to the farmers in the area. No, we didn't check up and allocate this person to get 6 sheets and that person to get 7 sheets. We had it there so that when people needed it, they could get it, because most people in Tumbarumba could see that it was of value to the people who needed it, and it wasn't just for your woodshed in town that wasn't damaged by fire. So the people of Tumbarumba very much thank the Rotary clubs involved, the Lions Club, and the transport that happened for this corrugated iron that helped out a lot of people around the Tumbarumba area. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can grab that clicker.
Wow, Fred, I've never seen you so quiet.
I want you to appreciate something, and that is, these ideas are not mine. They belong to other people. But we all know that if you can give a hand, help, get stuck in, and make life a bit easier. In the case of both these gentlemen, when they came to me, it was about do you know anybody who would be prepared to give us storage space? The one they actually had selected was the major provider of brand new corrugated iron and roof trusses in Canberra. And the end result of that exercise was, do you seriously expect us to put all that crappy stuff in our yard? You've got to be joking, and you've got 7 days to get rid of it. We actually went to Dennis Ogden, who is a close associate of the Gungahlin Rotary Club, and spoke with him, and he made the whole of the front yard of his work premises available to us to do the job at no cost. The trucking company that they had already contacted, Canberra Country Freight, had offered, whenever they were going out to Tumbarumba to pick up new trusses, they would stick a load of steel on board those semi-trailers. The cost was nothing. The operating teams, and there are some of them here today actually, there's Bill Wattam is one of them, John Britton was here, and up at the back there, probably one of my closest associates in this mad thing, Brian Goldstraw. Bill Sanders is the other partner in it from Tuggerong Rotary Club. And between the 4 or 5 of us and expanding into a team of about 10 people, we continued to carry out the mission on behalf of, and never ever forgetting, Crookwell and Tumbarumba. It is their project, it is not ours. I want you to know that. I'm now going to quickly whip on a number of slides that show you some of the pictures of what we were doing. I'm going to knock out the first bit because it's just a load of words explaining some of the philosophies that we've got. So, if that is ready to go, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All of these, sorry, I've got to come near this one. All of these projects are very much reliant on those 3 partners. It doesn't matter what the project is. It's about donors, facilitators, and the recipient. What's important about that program, or that series of positions, is what we keep failing to do is going and finding the donors. Because the donors are there. They're people in this room, people in the wider community. I asked the question this morning, and I'll ask it again now of all of you. How many of you have ever been into the service purchasing area of a hospital, whether it be in the country or a city? Is there anybody here who's been to such locations? Next time you go to the hospital, find out who the purchasing officer is. I've done a lot of that, and as a result of that, just in the next few days, we're going to put 106 to 120 beds into 2 40-foot shipping containers in Canberra and send them to Jaffna in Sri Lanka. We didn't pay for them. They were given to us for free. Whenever in the past we've been trying to get the stuff to Sydney, we actually entered into an arrangement with a truckie who would take the beds up to Sydney for $20 a bed. Seems very expensive, doesn't it? We actually went and did it ourselves just to find out. Minimum cost to us for doing it ourselves, including our time, the trouble and everything else, was $68 a bed. $20 a bed is pretty flaming cheap. That's how the whole program is run. Now, I'm going to get hold of that thing or nod at you. Got out the roll, I think. Get the next slide up. These are the people who are the partners in this roofing project. I won't read it to you because it's pretty obvious who those people are. The Rotary clubs that are involved in this project, and they're not the only ones. These are just the main Rotary clubs. the ones who actually provide things. The whole Rotary Club, very often I'm quite surprised in terms of this roofing thing. The average members don't realise that 2 of their members give us a car trailer. That car trailer enables us to shift an awful lot of steel. The Lions Club in the ACT, one of their leading members actually had a load of iron out at the back of his house. He'd always wondered why he could never get the initiative together to actually build the shed that he wanted. Somebody told me about him. I was like, I can help you build a shed. It's just not going to be where you want it. So these are the people. The redistribution project is probably the hardest one of all, because you can collect all this stuff, and by golly, we did collect a lot of stuff. But the reality is, you've got to get rid of it. The private individuals, I'm going to link them to the truck drivers, because they're the facilitators. Do you know there's a couple of absolutely fantastic blokes. One out of Wagga, member of one of the Wagga Rotary clubs, but he didn't tell me which one. Runs a thing called the Wagga Wagga Free Range Pork Farm. He sends his drivers. They bring their trailers. We throw the steel on the back of them. And that steel is being delivered in places like Harden, Tamora, Wagga, out in that direction. I've even been out as far as Dalton myself with a trailer load of stuff. But on the other side is a bloke called Terry Hart. Described the other day as one of those blokes that you would love to have been in the trenches with if you didn't want to be in the trenches in the first place, but he was the bloke to have with you. And I'll give you a demonstration later on of why. His first 15 sheets of iron were taken back to Braidwood. He came back and got a truckload. He came back and got another truckload and took it to Nerriga. He came back and took another truckload to Nerrigunda. He came and got another truckload and he took it to Nellingen. Then he told us the names of a few of the local farmers and he said, you leave it to me. And he came back and he collected another load of tin. And he keeps doing it. Within 48 hours notice that it's got to be picked up. That requires a tremendous effort from a bloke in a town that doesn't even have a Rotary Club. But he's here with us all the time, especially today. So all these people are involved, as I whacked on the bottom there, storage providers. Storage providers are not hard to come by. You just have to convince people that you don't want to become the storage place. Currently, there are 2 beds at the Jindalee Nursing Home, 2 beds at the Bill Mackenzie RSL Home, along with 10 shower stalls and a fair conglomeration of other bits and pieces, and 2 beds at Villaggio San Antonio, and 2 beds at the Fork residence, which have got to go. I can assure you, they've got to go. But as I say, we're going to load these 2 40-foot shipping containers on the 10th of April. And the people who are actually going to do a lot of the loading are, in fact, the 6 sports persons, weightlifters and boxers that disappeared from the Commonwealth Games in Brisbane. Because when they first arrived in Canberra, they needed beds. The Companion House charitable organisation were looking after the application forms for refugees and told me they wanted 6 beds, but they couldn't tell me why. My son works at the immigration department. And there was a lot of to and froing, and I kept saying, if you tell me where the bed's got to go, I'll go and deliver them. And they said, no, we can't tell you. I said, do you know who they're for? And they said, no, we can't tell you. Right? And then suddenly they rang up and said, The beds are required to be delivered to a premises on the north side of Canberra. And don't worry, you won't have to carry anything. I suspected who I was delivering them to. These guys just said, listen, old chap, just move out the way. And they picked these beds up, one each, and carried them to the top floor, 3 floors up into the building. Right. I haven't had any real contact, and I try not to, but they made me a promise. If you ever need help, we're yours. There were a team of Hazara refugees through the companion house who were also very, very fit and able and always said, and one of them's about to finish his nursing degree, said, listen, if you ever get stuck, just give us a ring. We'll come and help you. These are not Rotarians. These are members of the public who had contact, one contact with Rotary, and they are returning the favour as best they can. I'll flick on. I should get quickly through these because this is the Crookwell storage site. 2 minutes. Yeah. That's their load, getting ready to go to Canberra. That was their feeling. They brought it down to Canberra and put it in the yard with Country Freight. Got rid of it. That's Terry Hart's truck leaving to go to Braidwood. That, in fact, is 5 tonnes of roofing steel, manually loaded by hand. I have another contact on the other side of town, Laurie Knock, and that truck he's using there is a 1977 historically registered vehicle. It actually needed a workout. So he came in, and he can actually do what takes us 4 hours. He can do it in about an hour and a half. This part of our exercise is not only the lifting of the stuff, is the strapping. And you talk about where you start with your Rotarians. Those 2 guys there, one's 20, one's 15. They just happen to be family members. What did Terry do with those first 15 sheets? A dunny. I actually said, and it did appear in a couple of bulletins, the most marvellous thing about this was it was Rotary's view, Back to the Future. I want to say, though, none of this is possible without that team of guys that I've got working with me. That is the storage yard in Canberra. And another member of Rotary, because I'm not the only one, saw this. This is the fencing that was part of the bus lane in Belconnen. A member of our club, Rod Gardner, looked at it because it was on the other side of the road and thought, I'm sure we could put some use to that. And I know who I could talk to and we'd get this done. And that was then, go back up. Go back up one, press which button? Which one? That one. That's how the pipe's finished up. Somebody said you have to go and find the skills in Rotary to do these things. Those frames were built by Brian Goldstraw so that we could actually lift them more comfortably as we went about our tasks. We got some left, by the way. No, you can't have them. Solar panels came off the roof of the Villaggio San Antonio retirement home. That's about 150 solar panels. Nothing wrong with them, except the insurance company won't allow them to go back on the roof. They've got to be new. We've recycled them. Terry took those out to Braidwood and he's waiting for the list of people who want them for their farms. Curtin School in Canberra. This is part of the consignment of 100 hospital beds. All brand new. Whoops, I won't get you to that last one. I'll go past that. Back to that one. To get these, you see, to comply with Rotary, we have to make sure they're working because you can't send them unless they are working. but the rate that weren't working. There is a car parts exporter in Queanbeyan who's an emigre from Lagos in Nigeria. He takes the beds that are not working because, as he says, they actually have wheels on them. And even if they don't go up and down, the fact that you can wheel a hospital bed from one place to another is an asset. So he gets the ones that aren't working. That last picture, and this is quite a quirky story, in fact, and I'll wrap it up then, yes? Good idea. This is a fully operational bariatric hospital bed. It is 137 centimetres wide and 220 centimetres long. The mattress that's sitting on it, the replacement cost, as you can see, it's a pretty daggy looking mattress, would be about $780. But under NDIS, anybody who needed one of those will get one. They might have to wait 8 to 10 months to get it, but they will surely get one. The story with this one is it's been sitting there for 4.5 years under a carport. And all the bloke wanted to do was get me to take it to the scrap metal dealer. It is actually about to be delivered to Maruya to a vet. Because minus the mattress, it's the largest operating table we ever saw. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. As you can tell, Fred's a man of few words, but he does know one or two people. Sorry, Fred.
Just before we break for lunch, I'm going to put on a demonstration, courtesy of Phil Armstrong. Sorry?
We do have one more speaker.
Yes, I know, Phil Armstrong. He told me. He's not fussed, it's very short. He's going home, he's had his thing. Very, very quickly, I want to show you something. You know what about skills? When you deal with people in the country, I always say if you leave town long enough, you find out things that you possibly didn't need to know, but we certainly do. And I'll just very quickly get the prop, right?
Please, he's putting his gloves on, that's all I can say. Your section's getting smaller and smaller. They get a short lunch break, they've got an extended morning tea break.
Brian Goldstraw also built that. Because sure as hell, that strapping doesn't stay in place once you take the tape off the outside of it. He actually built that himself.
For those that don't know, Sandra that spoke earlier, Brian is her husband. So you can imagine what it's like in that household. There's not much discussion about Rotary at all. Oh, hang on. Someone's got to look official. This is the first time we've ever done this. It's been the last two. sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No worries. Wow. Put your hands together. We all know how to cut corrugated iron now. Now, for those who were in, put up your hand if you're in a bushfire area last year. It's amazing how selective it can be, isn't it? How one place can be devastated by fire and the house next door is perfect. But I'm going to call on Phil Armstrong now, who's our District Bushfire Recover Committee Chair, and he'll tell you what Rotary's been up to in that space.
Should have bought my sunglasses. I don't know how I drew the short straw. Last presenter before lunch, and also to follow Fred. Yeah, don't hide round the back, mate. All right, what we're going to do is we've just got a slideshow up the top, and I'm sure I'll make up for some of Fred's extra time. It's just a slideshow of some of the images. And it's about some photos that have been taken by family and friends. And it's also from a booklet that's called Postcards from the Fire that covered the fire areas in Eurobodalla Shire. So the committee was formed at the end of January in 2020, and it was by PDG Pete Ford and John McKenzie, who were the past district governors of our previous districts. But we are now the 9705 Bushfire Committee, and it was formed to support bushfire affected areas affected by the Black Summer bushfires. We were targeted at community projects rather than individuals because there was so much money around, and I admit that it hasn't been distributed for individuals. And when you hear the numbers that I'm going to give you about the effect on housing, we as a Rotary committee could not change that. There were so many affected that the resources that we had would not change individual lives. So we were targeted at working with communities through clubs. So some of the numbers, and some of them are very scary, and while I'm disappointed that Shane is not here, he can do whatever he likes. Without him, his team, and all the rest of the frontline workers, those bushfires would have been a hell of a lot worse than they were. So some of these figures are best guesstimates, but also from my own particular area down the south coast, they are reasonably accurate. Lives lost in Australia, around 33. Now that's directly related to the bushfires. Doesn't take into account those that were affected by smoke and had asthma effects and all the rest of those things. And we then start to think about the mental health issues of people involved in the bushfires as well, and some of those people that may have taken their own lives since then. And that's a direct result of the bushfires, but those numbers don't include that. Lives lost on the far south coast, and I keep talking about the far south coast because that's where I'm come from. We lost 8 down there. Houses lost in Australia, approximately 3,500 houses. These are big numbers. Houses lost in New South Wales, approximately 2,500. And this is plus outbuildings as well. So that's just directly houses. Houses lost in Eurobodalla Shire. That's my shire. That's Bateman's Bay, Maruya and Narooma. 501 destroyed. 274 damaged. Bega Valley Shire, 448 destroyed. 126 damaged. That's nearly 1,000 just in those two shires. Snowy Valley, Shoalhaven and Southern Highland Shires lost another 376 houses. These are big numbers. Bega Valley Shire, fires burnt 365,000 hectares, which equates to 58% of the Shire's landmass. Eurobodalla Shire lost 270,000 hectares, which is less than Bega Valley, but it equates to 79% of the Shire's landmass. If we consider only the old 9710, it's believed that approximately 1,300 homes were destroyed, which is nearly 50% of the homes destroyed in New South Wales and 35% of the homes destroyed in Australia. And that's why it was important for us as a district to have a bushfire recovery committee. And thanks to Pete and John for thinking about this and getting it set up, and thanks to Michael for his ongoing support. What was the committee charged to do? It was created to support clubs doing what they do best. And that's to support their local communities and to support the distribution of funds raised to assist in the recovery process. Where did the money come from? First and foremost, the district started a recovery fund with $35,000. This was added to by some personal donations and a very generous donations from the district's clubs and individual Rotarians in Thailand. This equated to $27,000 from Thailand. Now, I suspect some of this is the direct result of Noel Travascus being a ripper at a conference over there. So he had made, as Fred says, it's about personal contacts. He had contacts, so they contacted him. They said, we know you've been affected. This is the money we've got. Use it how best you can. They wanted it targeted at flora recovery and fauna recovery. And I'll get to that shortly. Secondly, many clubs in the bushfire affected areas received direct support from clubs around the world and from other clubs within Australia. So that didn't come through the district's bushfire recovery fund. That went directly to clubs and they used it as they saw fit. Some clubs set up their own fundraising activities, and especially including through Rotary Australia Well Community Service, and RABS, Rotary Australia Benevolent Society, accounts to receive tax-deductible donations. So that was very beneficial to have RORCs there so that we could allow the receipt of those monies. We've had offers of financial support from RIBI, Rotary in Britain and Ireland. They have a disaster recovery trust. They have money allocated that they want to use to support the recovery in Australia. We're having some small issues. We lodge applications or the preliminary applications with RIBI and they approve the money. Then we need to do a more detailed application. But because of some issues with getting council approvals for project, some of these are certainly being delayed. And we want to try and get these things sorted as soon as we can. And finally, the Australian District Governors from 1920 set up a fundraising initiative through RORCs. That money's been distributed to the districts most affected, and I think there was 8 districts in total in Australia. And that's been distributed to affected bushfire areas. So through that RORCs project, 1.7 million was raised. A lot of that came from Rotary clubs, from Rotarians around the world, but also from the general public. Out of that 1.7 million, this district 9705 has received approximately 451,000. We were probably, as I say, the hardest hit. Where's the money gone, or is it committed to? From the district's recovery fund, a community hub and support rebuilding gardens in Mogo. And we all know that Mogo was fairly heavily hit. They lost half their main street. They lost their vintage gold mining town. I live at Mossy Point, so we got the phone call and the text message at 6 a.m. on New Year's Eve saying, get out now, get straight over to the beach. And by that time, by 6 a.m, half of Mogo had already gone. That's how quick it was. There's been equipment replacement on the Sapphire Coast, and that's the equipment that's been destroyed by the fires. We've had a couple of community events to help rebuild the communities, so it's about getting the communities back together and about those communities realising that there are other people thinking about them. There was a visit from a Battlelow High School, or the Battlelow School, the Interact Club, and they went out to parks. So it's about, once again, showing them that there are people still thinking about them. There was a Blaze Aid concert, and I'm sure there's been a lot of support from a lot of Rotary clubs to all of the blaze aid camps that have been set up to replace fencing. And they do an amazing job. Unfortunately, COVID knocked a lot of the blaze aid camps around. It's interesting to see that Maria, which is my home club, Maria will be getting a blaze aid camp restarting again because there's still a lot of fence work to be replaced. At the request of the donors from Thailand, the money was split between the Eurobodalla Botanic Gardens and the Animal Hospital at Mogo Wildlife Park because they take in wild animals, wildlife animals as well as their zoo animals to help. There's only a small amount of money left in that account, so we will get rid of that shortly. Now from the Rorke's funds, so out of the 450 odd thousand, actually paid out there's been 108,000. So there's some tools that went towards the Mogo's Men's Shed, and that was a specific donation from a Sydney club, and they wanted it to go through to the Mogo's Men's Shed. Wild to Free, which is a kangaroo refuge, because you must all remember that while the houses were hit, there's been a hell of a lot of wildlife in this country that's been just eliminated, destroyed, but also injured. So there are organisations out there helping with that. Nesting boxes, a couple of the clubs from up at Parks and Forbes built nesting boxes to go back into the trees because a lot of the trees where the birds nest or the possums nest or whatever have been destroyed. So we've got nesting boxes back so the wildlife can help recover. Kaya Community Pavilion, that's down in the Sapphire Coast. So they basically lost their community facilities. So the three Sapphire Coast clubs, Remulla, Bega and Pambula, got together and they've organised a replacement community pavilion. School gardens, school counselling and the Balmoral Hall have been supported with that. We also have out of that 451,000 earmarked or committed another 262,000. So once again it's about animal refuges, community facilities in Batlow, Mogo and Lake Conjola, although Lake Conjola has hit a bit of a speed bump. But we're still trying to work through that. Some commemorative gardens, so somewhere where people can go and remember the issues of the bushfires and just spend some time there. Water and sanitation projects, and how well does that fit with our areas of focus. But you've got to remember that we are now 15 months later and there are still people, certainly down on the south coast, that don't have access to clean water and sanitation. So we're working on getting some of those things back up. And some of the evacuation centres that served a purpose then are going to be upgraded as well through some of the bushfire recovery funds. There is still some unallocated funds in that account, but we're working to get rid of that. Donated money for bushfire recovery needs to get out there as soon as we can. It's no point sitting in the account, but we need to get the projects operational and going as soon as possible. I just want to acknowledge the efforts of the committee. There's been a great support. For the first 6 months we met weekly by Zoom. It's slowed down to fortnightly now. But yeah, John Mercer, Ken Ingsmeyer, Chris Fingal, Fred Falk. Most times we could get through a meeting in 3/4 of an hour, but when Fred calls in, it's probably 2 hours. But that's all right. He contributes enormously. Thanks, Fred. Pete Ford and John McKenzie, thank you. They've put in many, many hours into the committee, and that's about ensuring that the funds are used appropriately for the purpose that they were given. Now, I know we're short of time, but I do have some. It's just a small something that the daughter of one of our Rotarians in Maria, who was down the coast for the bushfires on the family farm, and she went back home to Canberra a week later, and she just wrote this out. Now, whether I'll get through it or not, I don't know. But obviously it just reinforces the fact that there are a lot of mental issues out there caused by the bushfires, and they need to be addressed just as importantly as replacing the infrastructure. So it starts, safely back in Canberra, now in a position to process. The thing that has hit me most about my whole experience of the last week has been the extraordinary acts of individuals. Yes, I lived through a firestorm. Yes, I am certain that my childhood home would have been destroyed had I not been there. And yes, the roar and the blackness of the fire were terrifying. But my experience with the fire was probably 45 minutes, from the time we saw actual flames until I realised that trees had stopped exploding, burning embers had stopped falling from the sky, and bizarrely, birds had started to sing again. Everyone was safe, and everything that was important on the farm was saved, apart from the fences. Luckily, the girls, and she refers to the girls as the cows, are quiet and realistically are staying where the hay is. What I witnessed over the following days will stay with me longer. So many people offered assistance and safer places to stay. I saw a guy who had lost his family home out helping to clear the roads of dangerous trees so the highway could be open to people to get safe. I had someone who came to borrow a pump to help save his house, paused to help me fix a pipe so I could get water running again, even though he should have been racing back home. I saw invitations to eat because people had food, and I saw people turning up at impromptu dinner bearing a can of fuel for the generator, which was the best gift ever. I had an elderly man who'd lost his house, his business, and most of his livestock. He hugged me and asked what he could do to help us on the farm. I know a man who lost everything and jumped straight back on a fire truck to go out and do another shift. I saw people keep going when in any circumstances they should not have been able to stand. I've seen people share and offer everything that they have to help friends, acquaintances and strangers. On my way home yesterday, I stopped and read a text message and had a farmer drive across his blackened paddock to check that I was okay. Because I was driving an ACT plate car, he thought I must have been a tourist. And people I hadn't heard from for years reaching out as soon as they heard the name Mogo on the news. You may hear stories of looters and riots and profiteers, and I did see this and heard some stories from legitimate sources. It's unsettling seeing fully kitted out riot police supervising petrol stations and being told of punch-ups at Woolworths, but the kindness and selflessness will win out every time. Be kind, be generous, and get to know your neighbours. I think that sums up that period of time very well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I got to say the support that was down there for my parents out on the farm as well. They live a couple of miles south of Mogo, and the people around there was unbelievable how everybody was checking up on everybody, and it was just amazing. So we're about to break for lunch, and we'll be coming back at 1:30. So now's an opportunity to find some new friends again, find a different table, and have a bit of a chat. Rosalind, don't forget, you're in trouble unless you go and see Kylie Ann in the lunch break. And for special dietary requirements, it is at the back of the room in the bags. Okay, thanks very much, and we'll see you at 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the House of Friendship upstairs, right? So there'll be some apples going for sale, there's RDI stuff, there's a lot of bits and pieces upstairs. So after you've had lunch, have a bit of a wander. Thank you.
Whoops. How many times do we do that? You should have a red flag.
One.
Testing,
One,
testing.
two.
Speakers.
Welcome.
That's for the lady and the two gentlemen.
The two ladies and one gentleman.
Oh, sorry. That's one lady, that's a star. Yeah. And then the other one's okay. But that's
sorry.
The other two are, yep.
You want me to give them too?
You can if you like, as a thank you, seeing you're chairing up here.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, where's the click?
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to ask you a serious question. Are you still sitting in the same seat or have you moved? Everybody's moved. Okay, I'm impressed. And are we yet pumped and excited? Really? Okay. One thing that I do want to raise before we go on to the next session is, firstly, at 5 o'clock this afternoon, around the corner is the ringing of the Korean bells, and it's the first time they will have rung, right? That's one thing. Also, in the in memory section, we also would like to acknowledge John Clark and Brenda Constance from the Rotary Club of Cooma. Unfortunately, they weren't listed up there today. And there's another very important event that I need to mention, but it's going to require the actual participation of the people who are here. Those that are at the top, those that are down the bottom, but you need to do it in a uniformed way. All right? So, we have an extremely special event that requires the participation of all of us as we sing Happy Birthday to Justin Borowitz. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Justin. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Awesome. Are you embarrassed, Justin? Excellent. Our job is done. All right. Now, as we move on, and I'm going to pass you over to the chair, past District Governor David Braun, who is the chair for the Climate Action Network in the district. And he'll be able to tell you exactly what's been going on, and also to talk about Rotary's 7th area of focus, which is the environment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone's awake. Everyone awake? I won't get you up doing exercises because that would be too much, wouldn't it? So I'm past district governor, and you might think I'm from 9700 or 9710, but you'd be wrong. I'm from 9675, which is the district which runs from Kiama to Sydney CBD and out to Blacktown and Wallandilly. So it was merged or at least the decision to merge my old district with a new, half of a new district took place in my year as district governor. So I understand the pain and challenges that Michael and others have felt. Whilst I was in District 9675, Suzanne and I lived in Paddington in Sydney, and of course we planned it. We moved down to Berry halfway through my year as district governor, which of course is the wrong thing to do when you've planned all your official visits on the basis of Paddington and suddenly it's Berry. However, we did that, and I moved into the village that was inhabited by past district governor Bill Sealis, who was in my cohort. So I actually gate crashed his party in Berry as district governor. And so we landed up there. We loved Berry. We've been there about 10 years. And from then onwards, I've been very much involved in the environment. And I guess I want to talk just briefly 2 stories about journeys towards the environment. One is mine. And what happened was I was working, whilst I was going on my district governor journey, DGN, DGE, DG, I was also a volunteer guide at the Australian Museum in Sydney. And that really, my eyes opened and I realised how important the environment was. So after my time as district governor, I undertook 6 years of postgraduate education in the environment from 2012 to 2018 and earned a graduate diploma and a master's degree. And then, because I could, I decided that I would help with organisations involved in this space and join a range of committees to help move them forward, including establishing an environmental committee in the Berry Rotary Club. I'm the district secretary of 9675's environmental committee because I used to be in that district, and a range of other things I do. So I turned from being fairly agnostic about the environment to passionate about the environment in a space of 10 years. Now moving on to Rotary. Rotary, the first expression of commitment to the environment was through a speech made by President-elect Paulo Costa at the 1990 International Conference, where he created a Preserve Planet Earth Committee to encourage club involvement in environmental projects. Then, during the time since then, an organisation called ESRAG, we love acronyms in Rotary, the Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group, has attracted thousands of Rotary members to get involved in environmental projects around the world. They now have a regional chapter for the Australia, New Zealand, South Pacific. Then finally, Rotary came to the party in June 2020, and Mark Maloney, the RI president at the time, announced that a new focus for Rotary would be supporting the environment. And then after that, the foundation has announced that they will make grants to environmental projects moving forward from July of this year. And furthermore, you can make grants to the foundation in favour of environmental projects. So as you can see, over 30 years, it's taken us to get to here. Now, of course, Rotary has supported humanity for 115 years from its inception. Now they're supporting environment, which of course is a bit late in the day because humanity relies on the environment for its future. So they're making the right move forward here. Now on the platform here, we have 3 experts to talk to you. I've seen some of their slides and you'll probably need to put some sunglasses on to read them because they're very colourful and very interesting. So I'd like to call on the first speaker is Professor Leslie Hughes from Macquarie University. She is a distinguished professor of biology and Pro-Vice Chancellor Research Integrity and Development at Macquarie University. She has researched the impact of climate change and climate change ecosystems for more than 20 years, and she will set the scene for the session talking about the past, present and future trends in carbon emissions and climate change and the impact this is having on the global environment and our committees. Thank you, Leslie.
Can you hear me? Yes, excellent. I think I'm going to stand over here. Sorry, David, I'm going to be in your way. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to David and the Rotary Conference organisers for asking me here to speak to you this afternoon. Sorry. You're right at the end of my presentation. Can you go back to the first slide? That's the punchline. Just ignore it. Yes, thank you. Yep, that's good. All right, so this is what I want to talk to you about today. As David said, I'm going to very briefly set the scene for you in what's been happening with the global and Australian climate, what we've had, what the impacts have been, the climate that we'll very likely get in the future and need to be prepared for, the probability of having alternative futures other than the one we're heading for right now, and Australia's role in that. Nope. Okay. So this is the source of the problem. We now have nearly 50% more CO2 in the atmosphere than we did before the Industrial Revolution. And that's been doing some pretty strange things to the Earth system. And what I'm going to show you now is a little animation. If you can't read those words, don't worry. It's all the countries in the world arranged in alphabetical order. Australia's about halfway along that top line there. What this animation will show you is the difference in average temperature in any one year in that country and the average over the entire period, going from 1900 to 2018 with observed data, and then predictions for the future. If you see a blue dot, it means that year was cooler than average. A red or orange dot means that the year was warmer than average, and the size of the dot indicates the size of that difference. If you'll excuse the pun, it'll take a few seconds to warm up, but then it'll be pretty obvious what's been going on. So here we go. Oops. No. Sorry. Let me go back. Really? It worked on the computer? Oh dear. Can you just hit the arrow button? Yep, great. Okay, here we go. So that's 2018, and now going through to the possible future that we face. So really the point of this slide really is not only showing you what's happened and what could happen in the future in terms of temperature, but the fact that it doesn't really matter where you are in the world, we're facing some pretty serious impacts. Okay, just a few little stats from recent years. 2020, last year, was the hottest year on record globally, tying with 2016. The last 7 years globally were the 7 hottest years on record. Australia's actually already warmed 1.44 degrees since records began in 1910. We're having about 3 times the number of extremely hot days, that is days over 35 degrees, than we did back last century, which wasn't that long ago. And here's poor old Penrith. On the 4th of January 2020, Penrith in Western Sydney was the hottest place on the planet anywhere at 48.9 degrees. Some of the impacts of this on human health are extreme, with by 2100 it's predicted that annual deaths from extreme heat will outstrip all of the COVID-19 deaths from last year. Okay, so I just want to show you a little bit of what's been happening around the world. Most of the excess heat in the Earth system, fortunately for us on land, is being absorbed by the ocean, about 93%. And we can now detect warming down to 2 kilometres depth, and the rate of that warming has more than doubled since the early 90s. You can't really see it up there, it's a bit washed out. Sea levels are accelerating in their rise. It's happening because of 2 reasons. One is there's a whole lot of fresh water going into the sea from melting glaciers and melting polar ice caps. But secondly, warm water occupies more volume than cool water, it's less dense. So a lot of the sea level rise is simply because the water is warmer, and the rate of sea level rise has tripled since the 1990s. Oceans are acidifying. They are 30% more acid than they were in pre-industrial times, and that's because as the oceans absorb not only heat but carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, once again serving to mitigate temperature rise in the atmosphere, it's changing the pH of seawater. It's making it more acid. And for things that have shells and things like corals that have calcium carbonate skeletons, they are starting to dissolve. Cyclone intensity is increasing. We're getting more of those category 4s and category 5s. And in fact, there's serious discussion now that we need a category 6. The water cycle is intensifying. We've been sort of experiencing a bit of that the last few days. Dry places are tending to get drier, and dry periods are tending to also get drier, so we're getting longer, hotter and drier droughts. Wet places are tending to get wetter, and the incidence of extreme rainfall is increasing, causing flooding. We're losing here in Australia in our snowy mountains about 10% of our snow cover every decade since the 1960s. Glaciers are retreating. This is the Muir Glacier in Alaska. Photos taken from the same place in 1941 and 2004, and you can see in the bottom picture that glacier has retreated right back up to the back of the photograph. Glaciers, of course, act like reservoirs. This is an example of what is going to be increasingly a problem in some countries. The glacier collapse in India back in February killed 100 people and washed away entire villages. Now here in Australia, of course, bushfire seasons, and this is happening elsewhere in the world as well, are getting longer, up to 2 to 3 months longer in the case of New South Wales, becoming more severe. And we will all remember the Black Summer bushfires. 2019 was the driest year on record in Australia, with rainfall about 40% below the average. And this is what's been happening to the Forest Fire Danger Index since the 1970s. This is a measure that firefighters use on a daily basis to assess the risk of bushfire. The darker the brown there, the more the higher the increase in bushfire danger index going through. This was to 2017. These are the sorts of scenes we saw in the Black Summer 2019-2020 bushfires, where somewhere between 18 and 24 million hectares of Australia burnt. 18 million hectares, by the way, is 3 times the size of Tasmania, just to give you an idea of the extent. We lost about 20%, we didn't lose it, but 20% of our eucalypt forests were burnt just in that bushfire season. The human toll was enormous. This is my point that climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's a human, health, social and economic issue as well. 3,000 homes lost. There were 400 estimated excess deaths due to inhalation of bushfire smoke. About 8 million Australians, about a third of the entire country, was affected in some way. Ecosystems, of course, were greatly affected. Estimated 3 billion native animals, birds, mammals and reptiles were killed. Many species lost their habitat. 80% of the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area was burnt, and about 50% of our coastal Gondwanan rainforests, which do not recover very well from bushfires. The economic impact was enormous. The insurance bill, nearly $2 billion and counting. The point I want to make about the bushfires is that it was an unprecedented series of events. It was shocking, but it should not have been surprising, and it is extremely unlikely that we won't ever see that again. The cost of extreme weather in general, including bushfires, but also floods and droughts and other things, has more than doubled since the 1970s. Once again, I would emphasise that climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's very much an economic issue. So some other Australian impacts, though, of climate change. These are, unfortunately, some of those impacts. Top left-hand picture, the Tasmanian World Heritage Area in 2016, with 1,000-year-old pencil pines being killed. The other top picture is Macquarie Island, sub-Antarctica, 20 consecutive years of above-average temperatures. Fish in the Menindee Lakes down there, millions of fish died in the space of 2 or 3 days as a result of a heat wave combined with long-term drought. And that's part of the Murray River system with those iconic river red gums dying because they're not getting flooded every 3 years as they need. We're losing coral on the Great Barrier Reef. We've had 3 major bleaching events in the last 5 years. We've lost 50% of the coral on the Great Barrier Reef in the last 5 years. Somewhat less well known is the loss of mangroves up there in the top end. The same underwater heat waves can kill mangroves. We've lost over 10,000 hectares of those. With rising sea levels, that top right-hand picture there is of a river where salt water has intruded up into the freshwater systems and has killed the freshwater swamp. And then that bottom picture is seagrass in Western Australia, the World Heritage Ningaloo area, the world's largest expanse of seagrass, absolutely decimated in the 2011 heat wave that they suffered then. I've mentioned that. And we're losing our species. So that top picture of the bats, the dead bats, on a single hot day in Cairns, we lost 1/3 of an entire species. Spectacle flying foxes just dropped dead. Those little possums down the bottom, common ringtails, came down to a beach in the Mornington Peninsula after a long drought to drink seawater. They were so thirsty, and of course that killed them. And then this little guy has the dubious distinction of being the world's first mammalian extinction due to climate change. It's a little native rodent, the bramble-key malomies, that lived on a little sandy atoll up in the Torres Strait that, due to sea level rise and the impact of storm surges, was completely inundated and has gone extinct. So that's a bit about what we've had. What will we get in the future? Well, you'll have all heard of the Paris Climate Agreement, which aims to keep global temperatures to below 2 degrees above pre-industrial, with an ambition to keep them below 1.5. Unfortunately, the pledges that countries have made thus far will get us, even if they're met 100%, to at least 2.7, possibly to over 3 degrees of warming. So this is a sort of a range of warming scenarios that climate change scientists love to show. You don't have to worry about the details. Just that wiggly black line is what we've had so far. That red line at the top is what we are headed to at the moment without significant emissions reduction. I'll skip over that, I think. Okay, so we know about the way we can tell what's going to happen in the future is due to this calculation called the carbon budget, which basically translates emissions into temperature. It's a very well-known relationship. The question I would ask is, will we meet this 1.5 degree target? Well, in order to meet it at current emission rates, we will have spent our entire carbon budget in about 2.5 years from now. We would require Paris pledges of about 5 times what they are now to have a hope of meeting that. So then we can ask, okay, if we've missed 1.5, will we meet the 2 degree? If we use the same calculations and the same assumptions, we will have spent the carbon budget for 2 degrees in 9.5 years, which would involve 3 times the rate of emissions reductions that the world has pledged thus far under the Paris Climate Agreement. So what this means is to stay well below 2 degrees, we have to do an awful lot better. We have to at least halve our emissions from what they currently are by 2030. And we actually have to be at net zero by 2040 or before. 2050, which everybody talks about, is absolutely too late. So Australia's role, just to finish up, what Australia does really matters. We're often told, well, it doesn't matter because we only emit 1.3% of emissions at home. Well, that's the case, but we know we have to leave 90% of all coal reserves in the ground unmined and unburnt to stay below 2 degrees. Australia is the world's largest exporter of coal, 29%, second largest exporter of thermal coal, and the third largest exporter of fossil fuels in total if we count in oil and gas. So what we do with our exports really, really matters. We had a mechanism to reduce our own emissions, which was the carbon price. That downward curve in our emissions occurred as soon as the carbon price was brought in, and when the carbon price was abolished, emissions started to go up in Australia, and they've been going up pretty well ever since, despite a lot of money being spent in the Emissions Reduction Fund. Australia is globally known as not acting sufficiently on climate change. It was estimated to be number 176 out of 177 countries for climate action in the latest UN Sustainable Development Goals report. But the good news is that we have one of the world's best resources of renewable energy, wind and solar in particular, and the uptake of these renewable energy resources is really ticking up, which is great. We're heading towards a really important climate meeting in Glasgow in November. It's the next what's called the COP, Conference of the Parties. Many of the countries around the world are upping their ambitions. For example, the UK has said we will cut our emissions by 68% by 2030. The EU has said they will cut theirs by 55%. Thus far, Australia has not indicated an increased target. At the moment, it's 26 to 28% by 2030. It is grossly inadequate. Finally, I just want to give a plug to the Climate Council. I'm a councillor with the Climate Council. It's a publicly funded organisation. And if any of you want to know anything more about climate change, please go to the Climate Council website or the Facebook page. There is enormous amounts of resources there. One of our latest reports is indeed about the economic costs of climate change that we put out a couple of months ago. We've also got a guide to having conversations and communicating about climate change, and we also have a climate action toolkit on that website. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. Very sobering. Does anyone want to go and have a drink or something and recover from all this? I am hoping that the birthday boy is going to bring some good news to the table here.
I'll try.
He's a professor at ANU. He's involved in the Centre of Excellence in Plant Energy Biology, and I think I'll leave it to Justin to explain maybe some good news coming down the track. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here to speak in front of a live audience. This is my first conference presentation in over a year. Talking to yourself in front of a screen in the office just doesn't do it for me. I'm kind of a people person, and I like to bring a little hope to the situation. It is very dire. It is a crisis. The emergency today is floods, but last year was record droughts and record fires, and we're breaking records in all dimensions. But there's possibility for some record breaking in new solution space. Oh. I just, thanks for the birthday wish. So I'd love to come talk to you guys about solutions, especially rural people that have a lot of land, because the renewable energy story is a wonderful story. We have a off-grid solar house. We can all minimize our emissions as much as possible, but there is a way to go below zero, to draw down emissions into land, into vegetation, trees, grass, soils, and even rocks, and I'll tell you guys about that. This comes out of a Center of Excellence research that I've been part of for the last 7 years, and in 2014 when it began, we said, listen, we need to acknowledge that plants, photosynthesis is the largest biochemical network of reactions on the planet, and it takes sun and carbon dioxide and turns it into all the things that we need, as well as creating habitat and a livable planet. Now we've revised a little bit. We don't really want to be burning fuels. We made a little bit of a detour with biofuels. Burning is the problem, and burning plants is actually releasing CO2 just like burning fossil fuels. And diverting a lot of food to animals is in feedlots, especially in the United States, is also not a good deal. The animals are an important part of the solution, but very high quality few animals is more important than fast food burgers. The other solution that now is on the table is really soil fertility and improving our landscape and bringing that carbon down from the atmosphere back into soils. And that's important for food security, but also for climate change. So Leslie gave a fantastic introduction and the state of the world, and the carbon cycle, I think, needs a little bit more background. We often hear different figures, and stocks and flows get confused. So the Earth has a huge amount of carbon in it. Most of it is down in the rocks in the bottom of the ocean, in the lithosphere. The ocean itself holds a huge amount of carbon. The biosphere is also a very big stock with vegetation and soils holding more than the atmosphere. If you see, that's 3,000 gigatons. And a gigaton is like a cubic kilometer, like a mountain of compressed dry ice, if you want. But the flows are actually much smaller than the stocks, all right? So these arrows now are showing you the emissions. And energy, the built environment, all of these emissions can be reduced to near zero through solar, wind, battery, efficient heat pumps for heating in your house, and new industry solutions. So that's necessary but not sufficient to stabilize the climate. We're going to go into overshoot. We'll go beyond 1.5 very soon, possibly even 2, but with enough action, we can come back and try to recover. And the Paris Agreement is that target is by 2100. So we're going to try to boost the carbon drawdown into land and also the oceans, as well as even geotechnical solutions. And this natural system is a big part of it. So the land is already cleaning up about a quarter of our emissions, and the ocean is absorbing another quarter of our emissions. So that's a huge gift. It would be a lot worse if our natural systems weren't cleaning up after this, and we need to carefully enhance that cycle. Agriculture is currently a big part of the problem. We need to eat, but we don't need to do it in such a destructive way. The land use change as our agriculture expands is just about as bad as the land use itself, and I believe we can flip both of those from being part of the problem to part of the solution. That's what I'll tell you about today. So 3 problems: food security, we need more food, there's increased demand, but we're diverting a lot of that food into feed and fuel. So that's one pressure point that we can divert our demand. But decreased production, it's not easy to grow so much food anymore. We're running out of fertile soil, and the groundwater tables are declining, and the extreme droughts and fires and floods don't help our production at all. Biodiversity loss, we don't speak enough about biodiversity, but it's really habitat, building and restoring that habitat, connecting habitat that's been fragmented, and the climate change problem. So 3 problems, 1 integrated solution. Here again, land clearing and fires. We know this other greenhouse gases, that's coming out of mostly the agricultural sector, methane and nitrous oxide. So reducing emissions on land is a big part of the solution, but this other part below here, this negative emissions or carbon drawdown, it's the cleanup of our emissions from last year. The only way to do that is really to pull it back out. And that needs to begin right away. We need to start building the technologies and demonstrating that it's possible, and then getting to scale in the next few decades to be able to put the genie back in the bottle, so to speak. The land use sector is the largest source of uncertainty in the climate system. We know when we clear forest, and we know when we dig up fossil fuels, we know that's going to end up in the atmosphere, then back into the ocean. But how much is in the land is, you know, that's where the uncertainty is. And that's where the potential for improvement is. All right? So these are the cycles that we've talked about. They're going to get worse. We know, we've seen Australia as the land of drought, fires, and floods. And in between there, this year especially was a great growing year. And somehow, subconsciously, we like to forget about those horrendous stories and enjoy while the good times last. But we really need to be using those good years to build up the soil, build up the vegetation, to give us some resilience for the next round, because it's going to continue to get worse in the best case scenarios. Even if we hold somehow to 1.5, it's going to get much worse in the next couple of decades. This is the land clearing, so this is not helping us. The last time the millennium drought broke with those big floods in 2011 and 12, there was a large recovery, a great green carbon sink, and Australia pulled down on the order of a gigaton of carbon, which is a couple years worth of our emissions. We pulled that out of the atmosphere, and it grew all these woody weeds and acacias that were aggressively cleared for farming. And we could have done it in a smarter way instead of just big chains clearing it. We could have done thinning, could have improved the soil. There's this time, after the droughts broke with this beautiful rain year, we can be a little smarter because we can see the trees are already coming back. There's a lot of biomass in the land, but we need to store that carbon into the soils. This is the carbon cycle every year, right? So the whole world really beats like a heartbeat, especially the Amazon and the tropical regions. You can see the northern parts, they really shut off and then bloom up, and that's why carbon cycles about 7 parts per million every year as the northern forests. And little Australia here also plays its part. The center, our desert, is not dead, not like the Sahara Desert. It does bloom, and we can work with that. But the coastal regions, our agricultural regions, are very productive at certain seasons. So we need to work with these seasonal cycles and try to enhance that. This slide shows what agriculture is doing to the world. So generally, we clear native vegetation and farm simple little row crops. Those crops have less biological productivity. Net primary productivity is NPP than their surrounding vegetation. That's not required. You can see some of those blue spots. That's where we're adding water and getting more productivity. So agriculture tends to be a simplifying system, but there's no reason that we can't enhance natural systems agriculture, and natural sequence farming are solutions. I work with a group called Soils for Life, and Michael Moore, who's invited me, he's also on the board of Soils for Life. These farmers are changing their landscapes, and we are a role model for the world about how to do it better. How to scale it, that's the real question now. So agriculture is half of the surface of the planet. This is mostly our rangelands, and in Australia it's over half and mostly rangelands. So that's an opportunity for improvement by better managing, better grazing, and control of our landscapes has a huge potential. E.O. Wilson's Half Earth is also aspiring to, bring back the productivity of about half of the planet, and that's also an ambitious goal. So if we think about the scale of the Earth system, so humans are emitting a lot of fossil fuels, but the amount of carbon that cycles through our land is even 10 times larger than that, but it's a cycle. All right, so this is the 10 gigatons of carbon. Photosynthesis is at least 120 gigatons. If we could enhance that with water and nutrients, with precision approaches, we can pull down a couple more gigatons. but we need to also reduce the losses. So this is 2 levers, or even 3 levers if you think about plant respiration and soil respiration. We want to reduce the losses and increase the gains at a global scale, as well as shift completely to renewable energy. So how would we do that? And this is what I want to finish with. We need to focus on our landscapes. And if you have a house surrounded by land, you can do a lot more than just reduce your own emissions. City people, we're going to try to go to zero as fast as possible. But if you have land and you can regenerate it, you can clean up for the past and provide a service to those of us in cities. So redesigning your farms, getting vegetation into the ground. It's plants, soils for carbon capture. Biochar and rock dust are ways of holding that carbon in the landscape and banking it in the soil. And I'll explain that a little more. The simple process is to use solar energy, drive that water cycle as efficiently as we can. We need to rehydrate our landscape so that we don't get erosion in these flood years. Let the water soak in. Slow it down, reduce evaporation as much as possible, and then the plants will grow, and they'll grow fast, and then we want to store that carbon at the end of the year. All right. So some of these technological solutions to do this are precision farm planning. So let's take a look at the digital elevation model. Let's look at the ridge lines and the creeks of your farm. Let's restore those watersheds. Let's put some trees on the hills to reduce evaporation and provide shade for your animals. Let's put check dams or leaky weirs along your drained gullies and plant some trees in there. That'll be the infrastructure so that when we get these wet years, we'll be holding that water. Plan for every farm has its own unique pattern, and we need this personalized agriculture, if you will, to do it. Essentially, we want rows of trees, dams. You can hold energy in pump hydro. The solutions can stack together so that we can link these, I call them precision regeneration farms, to be able to both produce food and create habitat and store carbon in soils. Here's examples from France where they're farming in between tree rows. This is agroforestry. It's practiced all around the world. And in Armadale is an example of silvopasture, which is grazing between trees. This is a huge opportunity for Australia that's really untapped, but a few pioneers are already doing it. You can mix in deciduous trees as well. There's no reason not to. This is another solution for shifting our mineral balance in the soils. A lot of agriculture has been intensive farming and a lot of fertilizer, and that leads to soil acidity. And if you spread out crushed rock, we have a lot of basalt that can be crushed and spread. It's used as road base at the moment. It can be an amendment for farms, and when rocks weather, this is the way the Ice Age came about, actually. The Himalayas rose up, and as those rocks weathered, it led to a lot of cooling. So we are a great mining country, and if instead of digging coal, we could crush basalt and spread it on farms, we would improve soil productivity and sequester carbon as well. It's a big job. So coming to the end, what we've started to do at the ANU, which is around the corner, is investigate some of these solutions with new approaches. This is time-lapse cameras to take a look at your landscape. We can go in, drone surveys, how are things growing, where is the water flowing, try to quantify the amount of plant growth, understand how different management approaches, thinning, pruning, how much carbon are you capturing, how are you putting it into the ground, and then use that to parameterize models so that we could, just like you buy an apartment off of the plans, or we built a house, you know, it was designed in AutoCAD. You could design a farm forest in AutoCAD, price it out, figure out what it'll look like. This is the Arboretum at ANU. It's now 10 years old. We can look at the soil moisture. You can forecast the seasonal variation and the growth patterns and this carbon cycle that we've been talking about. Ultimately, to get to scale, there's new solutions that are called drone seeding. So we can fly these plants, drop seeds in the ground, and we really need to get to scale as fast as possible. So there's an opportunity for all of us individuals to work on our own land, as well as for large outback kind of station size approaches with offsets. And this can be modeled for any specific landscape, so we can get very accurate estimates of both productivity and cost. It's going to take, in Australia, we're lucky that we actually have the land to do this. About 1 million square kilometers are available and could be put to use. So it's multiple things. We need protection and restoration of our natural habitats, especially those areas that were affected by fires and will continue to be. But beyond that, on our farm, on our agricultural sites, we can rehydrate the landscape to be ready for those extreme floods, droughts, and fires, remineralize with the crushed rocks that I was talking about, and really drive this regeneration. So multiple layers of solutions. And I'll stop right there, and thank you very much for your attention and also for the birthday wishes.
Thank you very much, Justin. Thank you very much. That was brighter, wasn't it? We set our first speaker up to give the bad news, I suppose. So then now we had better news from Justin, and I'm sure Tracy's, hopefully, will have some even better news. So Tracy is a local community environmentalist. She has been active with the Bathurst Community Climate Action Network since 2007, helping organise a range of activities from stalls at farmers markets to art exhibitions to lobbying, advocacy, and sometimes marching in the street. And we did have an exchange about Rotarians marching in the street, and I didn't think we were very good at it, but anyway, you never can tell. She has a background in journalism, video production and creative writing, and she published a novel called The Lucky Galah in 2018. And because I'm the chair of this session, I decided to download it to my Kindle the other day, and I'm starting to get to know a galah called Lucky. And I'm a bit uncomfortable about it, I must say, because I've never been a galah before, but maybe I have. But I'm sure everyone here should read The Lucky Galah because it's a very creative book, and it's been short and long listed in a whole variety of different book competitions, and so that's very good for Tracy. And are we? Yes, okay. Tracy, would you like to come up here and give us some even brighter news, please? Maybe.
Okay, well, can you hear me? It's hard to say, yep. Yeah, I have been charged with providing kind of a local, some local examples of environmental action. And yes, as explained, I belong to the Bathurst Community Climate Action Network, and I am feeling the need for this little thing. Yep, here we go. Okay, so I just wanted to say, first of all, it's just wonderful that Rotary has gone down this path of talking about service to the environment. It's an extremely significant thing because as we've heard and as I've known sort of all my life, Rotary, you know, growing up playing on, you know, swings in Rotary parks, that, you know, Rotary has been traditionally about humans and looking after humans and service to humans, and so this is just an enormous step to go to looking, you know, service to the environment and what that might mean. I'm just going to show basically a slideshow of events and activities and things that we've done on the ground. We've just heard from Leslie at a global level and Justin at a landscape level. This is kind of a community group
operating at an extremely local level. And I just wanted to acknowledge some of the other groups that kind of appear in this as well. We're not the only environmental group in town by any means. Okay, so we began in 2007 at the time of a really big upsurge in concern about climate change. Kevin Rudd, who was campaigning to be the Prime Minister at the time, Kevin 07, if people remember that, said that this issue was the greatest moral issue of our generation. So that was the atmosphere in which we kind of got going. There was also that film, An Inconvenient Truth, that Al Gore was showing. So we were all really enthused. BCAN itself was set up initially by an ex-Uniting Church minister, John Kellett, who was really, really well connected all around town in Bathurst. So we very quickly grew to 100 members almost without having to, do too much about it. And for us, it's very much about thinking globally but acting locally. And so that previous picture that was, taken at the local farmers markets, there was a big international event in 2009, and that's that same photo being shown with Bathurst, Australia, at a big event in Times Square in New York. And someone took a photo of our slide because they were there in New York to see it. So, we very much consider ourselves to be part of a global movement, but acting at a very local level. And probably the main thing we've done month in, month out, and to this extent we feel a little bit like Rotary, or I feel it's a bit like Rotary. We turn up at the farmers markets every month here in Bathurst, and come what may, all weather, whatever's going on, turn up to promote awareness about climate change. And it's an opportunity to run petitions, surveys, talk to people. So every month we think of something, a little theme for that month's climate change stall at the farmers markets. And this is Isabel Higgins at the farmers markets. She was over 90 when this photo was taken, and she was one of the greatest stalwarts of our stall, and you couldn't say no to Isabel if she accosted you with something. So a lot of people were converted to the cause single-handedly, one by one, by Isabel. And then public seminars. So here's Leslie, who we've just heard from, came to Bathurst and did a seminar with us. But also just, BCAN is a bit of a broad church. It kind of involves all sorts of activities and coming at the problem of climate change and the environment from all sorts of different angles, kind of whatever's going and a little bit whatever people are interested in. So this was promoting the Walk Ride to School Day. We've done excursions to interesting locations, for example, to a local sustainable house that was built into a side of a hill. And there's the inside of the house. We've held things like art exhibitions. And things like that sort of activity draw in people who are not what we call the usual suspects. So, being able to draw in artists and different types of people according to the different type of activity. In 2015, we had a thing called the 200 Plants and Animals exhibition in the Coles Arcade. 2015 in Bathurst was when we were celebrating 200 years of the existence of the city of Bathurst. And it was all about human achievement. These people did this, these people did that. And so we just wanted to quietly talk about biodiversity and the plants and animals and biodiversity that held all of those human activities over those 200 years. So people brought along 100 plants and 100 animals, either through photography or actual bones, bits of actual material, and so on. And it was time for us to sort of explore things like the Bathurst Council's logo is the Bathurst copperwing butterfly, but who knew much about the butterfly? So we spent some time thinking about that and learning about it, had a colouring in competition. We've also run things like student art and writing competitions around themes of the environment. So there's a couple of the winners, a couple of school students who wrote and drew pictures. Every week we have an environmental column in the local newspaper, which was just a BCAN thing, but we've actually broadened it to include other ecologists and groups and individuals who want to say something about the environment. So that kind of drip, drip, drip every week, it almost doesn't really matter what we say, I've kind of worked out. It's just the fact that we're there every week that has had this impact over time, that we're not going away. We keep talking about this every week. Food security has been a big theme. Ross McIndoe, he's passed away now, sadly, but he was an amazing food and farming-oriented person in BCAN, and here he is with the local agricultural research station guy at the local orchards. And we had a big focus on food security, and out of these kind of conversations and activities, the Bathurst Whole Food Co-op began. So local farmers and producers feeding into a local cooperative and talking about issues such as soils and biochar and soil enrichment and all that kind of stuff. Of course, we are heavily involved in whatever's going in terms of renewables, and at one point experimented with a local co-op in partnership with Infigen Energy to have a wind turbine. I personally find that once you do things like that, you can get a bit bogged down, and anyway, in the ins and outs of trying to do something so highly technological and expensive. So most of us kind of ended up pulling back from that and just supporting the concept of renewables and renewable projects without having to be hands-on, sitting there trying to run the damn things, because it can be quite difficult. Trees, yes, we've spent a lot of time defending trees, and I think a lot of people talk about tree planting as a solution, and of course it is, but a huge part of our activity has been around just defending the trees that happen to exist. So these are big pine trees that basically got chopped down. There they are, sort of the after photo. But yeah, we're trying to defend the trees that are here already. Like, can new housing developments work around existing trees? Okay, it might mean that you might need to build 6 or 7 less houses in that subdivision, but what's the price of a tree? What's the price of clear felling things? And we've got one member, Warwick Artis, who's virtually devoted his life to trying to get more trees in streetscapes, to do all that stuff with carbon that trees do, but also they provide such shade. And we really are facing that thing about Penrith getting to 48 degrees is very sobering. We really are facing the streets and footpaths becoming almost uninhabitable and people not wanting to get out of their cars if we don't keep street trees going. Trees, but here we go, we certainly do support the planting of trees, and there's been a lot of activities, including Rotary planting trees here at the Boundary Road Reserve Landcare Group. Water is a huge, probably the biggest issue that keeps coming back here in Bathurst, because water is so precious. It's needed for agriculture, but increasingly mining projects want our water. So lot of activity. Here's Isabel, over 90 years old, again, standing out the front of council, arguing against the council selling some of the water in the Macquarie River to a gold mine. And we actually won that campaign. We've also been involved in partnerships, say, with the Charles Sturt University. This one was conservation voltage reduction, which was highly technical, but it was about can big organisations like universities reset their settings for the voltage level for their own operations. And there was a big study that was done in partnership with BCAN. Here's me with a Tesla. This was a very interesting day for me. Teslas are much more common now, but a few years ago it was quite special to be up close and personal with a Tesla. And as you can see, Mount Panorama is in the distance. Here in Bathurst, we are obviously operating in a town that is basically a shrine to motorsport. So how does a group of environmentalists talk about the evils of the internal combustion engine and greenhouse gas emissions in a town like this? And so one thing we did embark on was, unsuccessfully I have to say so far, but you know, who knows where we'll get to, is trying to campaign for at least one race a year, or you know, whatever, some kind of car race for electric cars on Mount Panorama. And we actually went to a lot of trouble making this argument. We applied for funding to produce materials to convince everyone. We did a big survey. Thousands of people said, yes, we would love to see electric cars racing on Mount Panorama. We collected these surveys at one of the big noisy, you know, motor racing races, and we thought we might get our heads chewed off or whatever. But in fact, people really welcomed us being there and having the conversation on the ground with them. Would you be interested in seeing electric cars race? And of course the answer that always came back was, but they're completely silent, there's no vroom vroom. So that is a problem. And then so we were sort of sitting around thinking, yeah, well, each car would need to have its own, like, audio file. And as you put the foot on the accelerator, it would make some noise. Anyway, that campaign just kind of ebbs and flows. The current council is not really up for thinking like this. But, you know, in terms of things that Rotary can do, I think sort of supporting this kind of venture would be absolutely brilliant. And there we are with our report about the fact that people would love to see electric cars running around Mount Panorama. Okay, another element of what we do with BCAN is this is less tangible and scientific in a sense, and in some ways it's possibly more spiritual, and we have worked a lot with church groups and people coming at it from a spiritual dimension, which is simply noticing and witnessing the earth and biodiversity. So in Bathurst we have this elm leaf beetle problem. We never had elm leaf beetles before, but they've marched up, a bit like cane toads. They've marched up from Victoria and they got to Bathurst and they just started eating away at our elms, and they're obviously an introduced tree, but they provide enormous amount of shade in Bathurst, and you know, elms are in trouble. The elm leaf beetle became so extreme in Perthville, just near Bathurst, that the beetles were just flourishing so extremely, and then they would land on this church in Perthville and die, and that's the elm leaf beetles have completely taken over with their bodies alive and dead, this church in Perthville. And the reason this is related to climate change is that as the temperatures warm, the elm leaf beetle has a longer season and can stay out and about longer and do more things. So that church was actually deconsecrated. The elm leaf beetles were the last straw, and the church itself was deconsecrated. So BCAN, a couple of us from BCAN actually went to the deconsecration ceremony, simply because it was interesting to us. This is climate change on the ground in a sense, or this is what's happening locally. The other thing that's happening locally is that bats, who never used to be in Bathurst, grey-headed flying foxes, have basically taken up residence in our local park, and they are fiercely opposed by many, and we had a lot of people arguing that they should be run out. And so we came to the bats' defence by having a bat night. And so we gathered the community together, dogs and people dressed up as bats. And then at the end of the night, we all watched, and we had a colouring in competition again. Colouring in competitions are a little bit of our go-to for involving children and families. And then we watched the bats. That's a knitted, grey-headed flying fox. Then we watched the bats together as a community as they left. So again, just kind of noticing, witnessing, appreciating biodiversity, what's going on in our community. Part of this for me is the river yarners. So we've yarned a 80-metre long representation of the Macquarie River. And for me, this is my Rotary group, in a sense. Every Friday we meet from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in someone's house, and we just kind of keep stitching the river, and it keeps getting longer and longer. And Margaret there is stitching a temperature blanket, which is a bit like those graphics that Leslie and Justin were showing. It's like as global temperature rises, the colours change. You can kind of plot it like that as a form of data visualisation. So there's a lot of women around Australia knitting temperature blankets and temperature scarves, which is a really fantastic way of involving a lot of people, particularly those who enjoy knitting and craft, in environmental issues. The Rahamim Church around the corner from my place, when I say Rahamim Church, it's the Sisters of Mercy, and they created an environmental project called Rahamim, and they've been very involved in that river yarning and all sorts of permaculture and other projects. So there's just details from the river, platypus. And then everyone remembers maybe, although, the disasters just keep piling up, so, we kind of barely get past one and we're into the next one, but that extraordinary moment of fish kill, I crocheted this Murray River cod as a response to that fish kill, and the hands are kind of recalling the hands on these fish of these desperately distressed farmers looking at 100-year-old Murray cod dying, going belly up literally in Menindee. And so that was a more elaborate river yarner project. Also using blue baling twine, which was everywhere at the time all around here as farmers were hand feeding their animals. And the blue baling twine was what was baling up the hay. This was a unusual project. I probably shouldn't have put it there because it takes a while to explain. But basically on Mount Panorama we have kangaroos, of course, it's a mountain. For a long time before each car race, there'd be a big project called Shoo-Roo, which would be to just kind of like get into utes and different vehicles and just kind of run behind the kangaroos to just kind of move them on. Incredibly distressing, and as time went on, a little bit, became less and less publicly acceptable. People had kind of moved on. But then in 2009, the council actually got a permission to shoot the roos before the car race because of the worries about kangaroos jumping onto the tracks. So one response to this, it was all a bit of a long and involved story, and it's bizarre how this came about, but anyway, one response was a local ecologist decided to move a whole heap of kangaroos off Mount Panorama to another location to try and save them rather than shoot them. And it was a controversial and bizarre project, but these are sedated kangaroos who've been brought off the mountain, and then they were put into four-wheel drives and let go on private property out in the bush, and there they live to see another day. So they survived the Bathurst races. Anyway, one thing talking about Mount Panorama, which the Indigenous elders know as Walu, is that we increasingly are working with the local Indigenous elders, and this is an Indigenous elder working on a possum skin cloak and at the CWA hall. So it was the Rivianas, the Indigenous elders, and ladies doing their usual things at the CWA hall. So it was kind of a really interesting combination. But again, the Rivianas and BCAN have been very interested in just kind of, again, reaching out beyond what we call the usual suspects, even though we love the usual suspects as well. Okay, so there's a big fight, I don't know if anyone's noticed, at the moment about the top of Mount Panorama, which is that the council plans to build a go-kart track on what the Indigenous elders say is sacred women's site. So it's an almighty stoush at the moment. There's an elder doing a fire ceremony up there, and here is part of the local campaign to move, not to not have a go-kart track, but just to move it to a different location, not the top of Mount Panorama, which also has Indigenous cultural value, but also critically endangered yellow box woodland, grassy yellow box woodland. Okay, so this reaches the pointy end. David mentioned that we do sometimes hit the street and we march in the street. And that is absolutely part of what we're doing as well. So here's some kids making a banner, and then here we go doing all our things. Stop Adani. Can't believe that we're going to keep building new coal mines with all we know. But fortunately, young people are getting going. This is Steph, who sat outside the gate of a coal mine and was arrested, and she got off, actually. The magistrate obviously admired her more than the coal mining company. It was quite funny. Didn't admire her, just said that her case was very good. She'd just sat down very peacefully in front of the gate and didn't need to go to jail for that. So here's the young people. So I guess as a crochet artist and craftivist as well, this is another thing I've done. I've kind of got my organs. I've crocheted my internal organs, and they're sitting on bleaching coral reef because nature isn't out there. Nature is us. We're not in nature, we are nature. So it's not like service to nature is service to something outside of ourselves. It is, in the end, also serving ourselves as well as the others that we share the planet with. So thanks for watching and listening.
Thanks so much, Tracy. That was very powerful, very interesting, and maybe confronting to some. Who knows? That's what you're all about, isn't it? So I've got a little chart up here. I don't know if you can read it, but I guess most of you will now see why Rotary has decided to support the environment. Do people see that? That there are good reasons why Rotary should take its place, like it did with polio in 1985, to try and change the direction of the world. And now we have all the Rotary clubs around the world with a mission to help the environment, and the clubs in this district can do their bit as well. So I just put up 10 ideas that a Rotary club could consider. There are many other ideas actually around the world and within Australia. To find out about what other clubs are doing, you can go to the ESRAG, local ESRAG site, which is down here, www.esrag, is a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? ANZPI, ANZIPI.org. And there's lots of tools in that website and a database which is expanding about what clubs are doing to help the environment. So please go there. In terms of myself, I guess number 6, the Rotary Club of Berry, as Phil Crocker is over there somewhere. Hi Phil, from the Rotary Club of Berry. We're planting 100 trees in the centre of Berry next month, and we're having an opening ceremony on the 3rd of May. And we've got 100 children from the local public school coming down to adopt a tree each. This public school actually has been running a native plant propagation unit for the last 10 years, so these kids are very well trained in understanding the importance of trees, and we just thought up another way they can get involved with the nameplate to go by the tree. We thought we'd go off and get them engraved and spend thousands of dollars, but now we're just going to have a plastic thing to stick in the ground which they put their name on and put no, environmental plastic by a tree which is helping the planet. The other ways will be even more invasive, I suspect. So we were really keen to have the kids there, and actually the school principal's very keen as well, because schools want to be out in the community, and there are many, curious enough to me, there aren't very many opportunities for them to get out and do stuff. And the other one is renewable energy, number 7. Whilst it's not a Rotary project, I'm a Rotarian. I'm on the committee planning a 5 megawatt solar farm which will be constructed in South Nowra this year in conjunction with a organisation called well, it's the not-for-profit Repower doing it, and it's Flow Power electricity retailer partnering with us. So that's a couple of things, but as I say, you can do other things. There's a message from the sponsor here, i.e. the district governor, that we're keen to get a district team together to help work with clubs to think up projects and to execute those projects. So we're looking for people who are prepared to put their hand up to join a small team to get involved in this thing. So if you are interested, please contact Michael Milston in the first instance to take any expressions of interest, and we can then progress from there. So where are we? We've got 10 minutes. What happened? You guys are supposed to have spoken more. So anyway, that's good, because we hadn't planned for having questions, but we can now. So if there's anyone who wants to ask questions of our panel of speakers, could they put their hand up and shout them out? Please stand up and identify yourself. And
I'd like to just throw the question to all three of you, and please fight amongst yourselves for the answer. If I ask this of Michael Moore, I think I know what the answer would be, so I'll ask you instead. Could I ask you your views on the views of Bjorn Longberg?
Don't like. Okay, so Bjorn Longberg is saying, this is my paraphrase, might not be accurate, but he's saying, yes, scientifically, climate change exists. I won't dispute that, but he says it's not as urgent as people like Leslie might make out. So to me it's almost like saying, well, we've discovered that smoking causes lung cancer, but we've got other problems too. And so to me it just kind of confuses the water, and what we don't need at the moment is that confusion. We need much more clarity and a sense of direction.
Okay.
I just agree with what
Leslie?
Tracy just said. Yeah, I can't add any more to that. Just ignore him.
Okay, we'll move on to another next question, please.
Toxic blue-green algae. I'm a former communication officer for the CSIRO Division of Water Resources, retired in Bathurst. Tracy knows well that I was concerned about toxic algal blooms in Chifley Dam when we had them all around Bathurst in every water supply, and there's something in our waters called BMAA that triggers motor neurone disease, Alzheimer's disease and everything else. Water quality. Please, how are we going to get our councils that test for water quality and counts of cyanobacteria on a weekly basis to do a test for BMAA?
Yeah, yes. Hi, Terry. I immediately recognised that voice. I was trying to work out where the voice was coming from because it's dark out there. But yes, as you know, we've had long conversations about this, and it was unbelievable when we had council wanting to have a children's play park in the local dam, and we have repeated problems with toxic blue-green algae. So water, things to do with water are just crucial around here and in regional areas in particular. So yep, absolutely.
Okay, we'll move on to another question.
Right. One of the aspects, Stephen Utic from the Rotary Club of Canberra. One of the unique aspects of District 9705 is what it contains within it. From the network of nature reserves, from Nadji Reserve through the Snowy Mountains National Parks, right up through the networks of national parks. Contained within these national parks are unique systems of biodiversity which are under doubted threat. And this existed even before climate change. What can an organisation like Rotary do to help preserve this unique biodiversity chain which bestraddles District 9705?
Well, you made a good step today. I think this is the first step. Raising awareness and funding restoration work would be my suggestions. I think you're really world leading in small community groups, putting information out there. So I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what you should do where, but I think this is the first step, and acknowledging it is really important. More community action like you're talking about. Getting to the message to the farmers, I think, is a tough one, and you guys might be in good position to do that.
Add a couple of things. One of the problems with a lot of the national or the reserves and national parks, especially in the ACT, is they're really very small. They're very small to be viable long term. So what happens around them is really important, and that is farming land. So building buffer zones around those reserves, planting more trees, connecting them up. I mean, what climate change means is that the way we do conservation now has to be very different from the way we might have done conservation in the past when the climate wasn't changing so rapidly. We can't afford to think of things at equilibrium. We can't just put a fence around a national park, literally or figuratively, and say, well, everything inside that national park is now okay, because it won't be. So we have to actually be far more flexible about national park management. I've been running a campaign probably for 30 years now that we have to move species to save them. You know, that little one that I showed you as an example, that Malomies that went extinct, that was an entirely avoidable extinction. We could have moved it to save it, and I think there are many, many species in our national parks that, because of climate change, will go extinct there as the climate becomes unsuitable. So we do need to be more flexible. We need to join things up. We need to restore habitat between those reserves to allow species to move of their own accord. And we also need to be far more bold about interventions in saving things.
Okay, I'd like to thank Leslie, Justin and Tracy for coming to us to speak to us this afternoon. Could you please give them the applause they deserve? I'd like to give them a little present for their efforts. There we are, guys. Thank you very much indeed. And once again, as I said, we're looking forward to people putting their hands up to help the district effort. And thank you very much for your attendance this afternoon. I'll hand over to the Master of Ceremonies.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's always something to learn, isn't there? It just keeps coming. Thank you. Wow. You know what time it is? Is it time for a cuppa? Is it time for afternoon tea? Is it time to put your hands together to thank Paul and Carolyn for helping us today? They've been very quietly whispering back there and keeping us all on the straight and narrow. So I'd like you to come back at 3:30 this afternoon for our last session, and that will be the Deputy Secretary of the Commonwealth Department of Health, Professor John Skerritt. So Adjunct Professor John Skerritt. So we'll be here, and it'll be a great continuation from what we've just experienced. See you at 3:30. Thank you. That would be great. Now our next speaker. A few more people coming in. Okay, now I've found out some secret information about our next speaker. He's a history buff. His favourite type of history is the 1900s and Australian history. He's a keen cyclist. But rides an e-bike. I don't know if it's that cheating or not, right? But loves to ride on the rail trails that are around. If he's not doing that, he's snorkeling. I don't know how he gets the e-bike down in the water with a snorkel. It must be pretty long, but he manages to do that. He's also a travel buff and has been to over 100 different countries. So his passport is probably multi-layered. And I'm sure he's going to come up with some stories of his own. But it is with my pleasure I'd like to introduce Adjunct Professor John Skelton. Skelton.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, one of the challenges with travel, and I should qualify it, I was over a decade in foreign affairs and trade, running part of Australia's aid program. So while sometimes on a busman's holiday we would go to the same place we went to for work, so I would bore my family silly by going back to Bali and saying, oh, I stayed at this hotel last week but I was wearing a suit, and then you'd turn up in board shorts. The saddest thing of all is that you'd pay good money for one of those passports, and they're quite expensive now. I've just renewed my passport, which is a sign of optimism in COVID. But I never actually got to the end of it, because you either have to get a new passport when they fill up with stamps or they run out in 10 years, and I never got to the 10 years. But maybe COVID will mean I did get to the 10 years with the COVID. I did have space in it. Look, on to things more serious, ladies and gentlemen and members. I do want to really acknowledge the honour and privilege of being invited to present the 2021 Royce 80 Peace Oration. I had the privilege and pleasure, like you, of sitting in the audience and listening to past International President Bill Boyd deliver the third oration in Wagga now, and shows how time moves quickly, some 8 or more years ago. And I thought what a great initiative it was. And at that conference, which was actually when I was coming to the end of my tenure as chair of a board of the International Water Management Institute, which contributed to water and food security globally, I was actually, I guess, a sidekick, as a couple of us were, to William Boyd's presentation, and I spoke about how water access is central to world peace. Now, it's ironic that some 8 years later, I'm talking about COVID. Now, I'm actually returning to my roots. I'm originally trained in pharmacology and also worked together in immunology for many years. But I think the takeout from that is not that it's nice to be invited back, and it really is, but how many different angles of things that we, especially in developed countries, take for granted are absolutely central to the development and maintenance of peace, and also in our own country. It's also a particular privilege, and I want to thank District Governor Moore and others to be invited to be the first speaker to present the oration at the new combined District 9705. Now, I will stick mainly to the typed printed oration, but not entirely, because as I said to Michael, things change so quickly, but even a day is a very long period in developments in COVID, and this is, to use a cliche, very much a 24/7 role. And over the last 12 months, together with other colleagues, and Brendan Murphy is a household word among them, and Brendan is a superb colleague, I've had the challenge and the great responsibility of being part of the leadership of a government's response to COVID. And I've been part of the planning and execution of a whole response, but of course in my main role as head of Australia's regulator, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, I've had particular responsibility for regulatory issues, product approval, product safety. And I'll mainly talk about COVID vaccines, and because you can't turn on radio, TV, open a newspaper or go on the internet without hearing anything about COVID vaccines. We've gone from perhaps the extreme of the importance of vaccines not being well enough recognised, and that includes the extremely important work of Rotary. I heard someone this morning reminisce that they were involved in District 270 in 1975 as an Interact member. I had the pleasure and privilege of being president of an Interact club in District 269 in 1975. That at least makes me 3 years younger though. So I'll mainly talk about COVID vaccines, and I'll reflect also, because one of the other challenges we have is that my team is helping leading Australia's response. We've heard about the challenges in Papua New Guinea recently, and we're part of a team that's in very, very practical, and this is where we can, at the risk of sounding corny, we can really be proud not only to be Rotarians, but to be proud to be Australians. We are helping 18 countries in Asia Pacific on the COVID response, helping them not only with the procurement of vaccines, but with which ones to use, establishing safety reporting systems, and I'll talk about why that's so important. Sometimes that all gets brushed aside with the rush to vaccinate, but with vaccines, confidence is everything. And I'm going to have a reflection on the importance of that Asia-Pacific work in peace, regional stability and livelihoods. It's not theoretical, it's real, folks. So what do we know about the connections between pandemics and peace? Well, paradoxically, as we now well know, and it's not in any of our lifetimes, it may be in our parents', grandparents or great-grandparents' lifetimes, the last great global pandemic broke out immediately after World War I. And that was when the world, ironically, was enjoying peace, or starting to enjoy peace, for the first time from 5 years. Again, there are some parallels. In the so-called war to end all world wars, World War I, there were an estimated 10 million military and 7 million civilian deaths globally. And yet the Spanish flu pandemic between 1918 and 1921 is estimated to have killed 3 times as many people, 50 million. Now again, there's parallels in history, and it was mentioned that I am a bit of a history bug, and I was delighted to hear in the grapevine that the Rotary district governors went to an incredible part of Bathurst heritage, Abercrombie House, just yesterday for their meeting. And these are the sorts of facilities we've got to, as a society, preserve for our children and grandchildren. But to go back to the point, there are parallels in history. Australia actually also did very well, comparatively, in the Spanish flu pandemic. Proportionally, we had fewer people get sick and die back then compared with other countries in the world. Yes, the death rate was horrible. It was something like 16, 18 times as many as the 903, I think, deaths we've had now. There were 15,000, I think, in Australia. But again, compared with the UK, compared with North America, Europe, Australia was in a better situation. And again, geographic isolation was one factor. So the pandemic presents threats and opportunities for peace, both in Australia and in our region. What are the threats? Obviously, loss of livelihoods, job and incomes. As city goes into lockdown, industries close. Dislocation of society. Apart from exacerbating the digital divide, it's been quite noteworthy that middle-class, white-collar professionals in many jobs have been able to work just as efficiently at home on their computer, but those in lower-level, lower-paid service, casual jobs that require face-to-face interaction are either put at greater risk of disease or have lost their jobs. There's also the well-known mental and physical health impacts from being in forced isolation. And we've seen how these societies, from strain of COVID, can foment isolation. Some of the Black Lives Matter issues and the response, and many of the other issues of social and cultural and civil divide in the US recently, I believe do relate to the belated, and it's delightful, for example, to hear that the US is getting up to their 100 million vaccination target or have just passed it. It can be related to what frankly was a belated and incomplete response to the pandemic last year in the US. So why has Australia been successful? I've mentioned geographic isolation, but That doesn't count for much these days when we can all fly in and out to internationally and the world is joined up. I think the key thing has actually been strong unity, both in society and in government. Also, that Australians have respected medical and scientific advice. That sounds self-serving, but it's a very different world, and we only have to turn on our TVs to see that we have been highly compliant as a society with social distancing, hand sanitising, staying at home, wearing face masks when we are required to. Having breakfast at a restaurant this morning, I had to go through a full procedure, and wasn't that good. And we hear stories in countries that are much more affected where people say, no, it's my civil right to walk in here without a face mask. So McKinsey's, who have looked at the COVID response in different countries and have looked at global factors in success, said that building trust, using data and collaborating well have been some of the key factors in the COVID response. And trust has been a very big factor. I mentioned that I spent a decade or more full-time leading part of Australia's aid program, and 20 years ago, Minister Alexander Downer asked me and a team of colleagues to support a lot of the reconstruction in East Timor. And two of the main programs that I had particular responsibility for, one was about food security, feeding people, and one was about development of a university. Now, I'm happy to explain why. That might seem an odd thing to do when buildings have been burnt down and a civil society has been lost. But the university was really important in re-establishing the civil discourse, giving the educated young people of East Timor the ability to do their educations locally, and the same way we have a message that if people go to university or tech or TAFE locally, they often will stay locally. All those reasons were important for rebuilding trust in civil society in East Timor. The point I'm making is that trust is an important factor, and in fact probably the underlying factor in peace and conflict resolution. Having said that, Australians haven't been known for being great trusters. As recently as 2019, you can remember when that was? Just after the last election, the one that perhaps ended up in a result that wasn't expected by at least our media pundits. Trust in Australia in government was at an all-time low. We're only talking 22, 23, maybe 21 months ago. And only 1 in 4 Australians in mid-2019 said they trusted their government. Studies that have been done more recently, and I've put the quotations and the statistics in my written paper, actually now show that trust is now, a majority of Australians trust the government as of mid-2020, and 73% trusted government about COVID-19, and 79% said that the government had done well, across all the political spectrum, had done well in handling COVID-19. We've got to maintain that trust. Trust will be important for peace, and I'll return to that later in my talk. So, unprecedented times require unprecedented approaches. So back to what I do in my day job as a regulator. So as a regulator, we have this balance. Our role is to make sure patients, whether it's individuals who would like the new and best sunscreen but actually stays on while they have a swim, or whether it's the new cancer drug for someone who's critically ill and frankly doesn't alternatively have a good outlook with cancer, gets products as quickly as possible and as facilitated as possible, but the products have to be safe and effective. And that's the challenge that we have to balance every day in our work. The COVID pandemic basically accelerated that challenge throughout. And I'll just talk about a few examples of unprecedented times and some of the things we had to do before I get into vaccines. The first challenge was planes stopped flying. Now, 85% of many of the medical supplies coming into this country, 85% of the mainstream medical supplies that come into this country actually come in on planes. And most of that aren't those cargo planes, they're in the bottom, the hold of passenger planes. And so we were faced suddenly with all the passenger planes being cancelled. And if you think there's not many planes flying now, I was flying in March last year. And I remember being on one 737 where there were more crew and flight attendants than there were passengers. That's how suddenly it stopped. And so we had to get medicines into Australia. We had to manage medicine shortages, not just for COVID, and we did specifically, this was when we didn't know whether all our hospitals were going to be full on people on ventilators and require medicines. but also cancer medicines, heart medicines, all the other medicines, diabetes medicines, all the other medicines that people need. So we formed something that hadn't been done before, but used the opportunity. A broad coalition of industry, pharmacy groups, medical groups, state and territory governments, groups that hadn't traditionally got on, to be frank. We got legal permission for them to actually talk to each other without breaching cartel conduct from the ACCC. And they could actually talk about who has what. We could talk about where we could get medicines. We also did some other things like put controls, which were both based on a mixture of goodwill and law. So if someone said, I want a year's worth of my medicine, the pharmacist would say, no, look, sorry, in the interests of being fair to the rest of the people with diabetes, you're getting your month's supply. If you go into lockdown, we'll deliver it to your house, but no, you're not getting a year's supply at once because other people will run out. And so we also worked with the Foreign Affairs and Austrade people to actually organise particular flights for medicines. And that put aside a whole lot of coalitions. And it really, the basis of that working, and the bottom line is that while there were times that you had to go to different pharmacists or we had to get stuff flown across specially, Australia did not run out of medicines. And we always had a buffer, actually of about 10 times, for the number of patients in intensive care for the relevant medicines they needed. And what was the core of that? Yes, a lot of busy work from our part, but it was trust. We also learnt the importance of hand sanitising. It's now second nature to a lot of us. But early on, in March, April, May last year, there was a shortage in this country, globally and locally. And yet Australia has a number of alcohol manufacturers. There's something about Australians and alcohol. And we also realised that, well, we can put two and two together here. So wineries, breweries and so forth were losing their tourist trade. So especially the small ones that largely depend on things like cellar door sales for gin distilleries and so forth, they were losing it. And so what we did was say, well, we realise if you've got to go through all the regulatory approach for your product, if it's just a hand sanitizer for broader use, and it meets certain criteria, if there's certain recipes that we know work, if you stick to those recipes, you can go ahead and make hand sanitizer without having to go through all the regulatory approval process. You've got to have a recipe, you've got to manufacture a certain way, and you've got to package in a certain way and so forth. And so we helped a number of small businesses pivot from, say, gin manufacture to hand sanitizer manufacture very quickly during April, May 2020. We actually have the embarrassing challenge now, and you've noticed the prices come down in supermarkets and everything. There's a lot of hand sanitizer around, but in that period of early mid-2020, things were pretty short. In other areas, whether it's COVID tests or disinfectants, we did have to look at all the data. And so we stood up teams, and my team in Canberra and at different places throughout Australia has been fantastic. They're very tired, but we've had teams that have worked 7 days a week to look at that data. And we often get criticised, they say, well, obviously you haven't looked at it very thoroughly. No, you've put teams of people in parallel. So you have 20 people instead of 3 people, and they've been working 7 days a week on tests for COVID, on disinfectants and other things, and on answering inquiries, because a lot of companies were getting into this field who hadn't been in the field before. Now, the other thing is, of course, we heard mention of, it's really important at Rotary to leverage diversity. Sometimes we need to remember that it's not grey-haired or no-haired 60-something-year-olds like myself who have all the wisdom. We were faced with the problem of having to get medicines from factories that we'd never had a chance to go to. Normally if we bring a new medicine into the Australian market, either us or someone like the British, the Americans, the Canadians have actually visited that factory, made sure that everything is fine, that it's manufactured according to what's known as good manufacturing practice. We couldn't do that, obviously, with the international travel restrictions. And yet we were worried, because if a medicine has contaminants in it, it can kill, or it can be ineffective, or both. And some of our young people who were really keen on mountain bike riding, and that's not me, I only like bikes that go on flat surfaces, and some of our people who were quite keen surfers said, well, hold on, there's these GoPro things, you put them on your helmet, why don't we get the people over there in China or Taiwan or Uzbekistan to put one of these on their helmet, we get on the internet and we talk to them, and they look at the equipment and we tell them what to point their camera at, and we look at it. It's not quite as good as being there, but it's better than just not doing anything. And it actually has turned out to be dramatically effective. And this is a real example of where crisis can breed innovation. Now I'm going to turn to the thing on everyone's mind lips, and that's COVID vaccines. So we've approved 2 vaccines, and we've approved the Pfizer vaccine and the imported version of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Now, I'm hoping and expecting, and just literally 30 minutes ago I was talking to my team, again, poor people on a Saturday in our laboratories, and I'm hoping that during the course of a coming week, we're 96% of the way there and everything's looking good, but there'll be the Australian manufactured vaccine. And that's the one that'll account for the majority of vaccine that will go into people's arms, including mine in this country. And I'll come back to why there's a difference here, because you might say, what's the difference between Australia and overseas? When you make a vaccine, it's even more complicated than, say, making something like paracetamol, Panadol, because it's a biological molecule. And so the process of manufacture, if you don't get it exactly the same, you end up with something that isn't the same. And so we don't look at whether it clinically works again, but we have to show that it is identical through a whole lot of laboratory and other tests to the overseas version. So when you hear about the AstraZeneca vaccine, it's a little bit like those of you who may have been, when we were allowed to travel, to Beijing and bought McDonald's there. I don't buy McDonald's in Australia, so why you'd go to Beijing and buy McDonald's, but anyway, people do. Does it taste the same or does it taste a little bit different? We want this vaccine to, well, not taste the same, but to work the same, whether it's made in Australia, whether it's made in Europe, whether it's made in Taiwan, whether it's made in India or so forth. But we have to do that work to check it. So we're very close, we're just waiting for the final piece of data to the Australian vaccine. The other thing I'll add, and you may have heard about variants, Brazil, South Africa and so on, there's going to be more vaccines in the coming years. Now that's not a message, and we've already been talking to well over a dozen, 15, 16, I think, different vaccine companies and advanced research groups. And some of those will be improvements because of mutations. What we don't know yet, of course, with the vaccine is whether it'll be like the flu shot, where because the virus itself mutates every year, there's a different collection of strains. The flu shot in Australia has 4 different strains in it, and in a good year, only 1 changes. In a bad year, 2 or 3 change, because there's a lot of work to do. So there will be more vaccines. And some people say, oh, isn't that terrible? Well, my answer is, what would you rather have? Go and get a booster shot at Christmas time or early in 2022, or get COVID? So we don't know about variants. The other vaccines that are coming along are ones that might get off with a single shot, or could be taken up the nose. There is technology available. In fact, there's a flu product available on the market where in the US, where you can actually spray it up your nose instead of getting a needle. I don't think the needles are too bad, but we all know there's people who are needle shy. There are vaccines being trialled that can be taken orally, and of course many of us have had an oral vaccine if we're of a certain age group for polio. And there are COVID vaccines being developed. They're not that effective yet, the oral ones. There's a lot of work still to be done, but there's companies spending big money because, again, especially if we roll out to children, especially young children, there could be many advantages in that. Now, in my written paper, I outlined what regulators do, because people sort of say, well, hold on, don't you just look at the data one afternoon and approve it? And in the old days, until about 2016, we actually physically printed out hard copies of the data we got submitted. And it used to turn up, for a vaccine, it used to turn up on, people have remembered Cheb pallets. They're about yo big by yo big and about yo high. So about a couple of cubic metres of paper. So tens of thousands of, that's a few copies. So tens of thousands of pages goes into a vaccine application, or a medicine application for that matter. And we're looking at all sorts of things. Safety is paramount, ranging from the first time it's been in a mouse or a rat or a monkey or whatever, right through to all the clinical trial data. And also looking at how it goes for several months after the trials finish. Secondly, how well the vaccines work, what's known as efficacy. And most of those trials have been done overseas because that's where the disease pressure has been. And thirdly, as I said before, the manufacturing is so critical, and that's quite an extensive piece of work. Now, people often say, well, hold on, this has been approved in that country, but not approved in that country, why not? Well, firstly, it can be a matter of the actual vaccine is different. So the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has recently been approved in Canada and the US, but that's vaccine that's made there. We will be getting vaccine made in a different factory, and that factory is still getting their data together. So we have to wait till that factory can give us their data. So often it's those simple things. Because there's so much demand for these vaccines, there's many different, like the McDonald's, there's many different places making what is the same, and we hope will be the same product. And the second thing is risk tolerance differs. We're on record as saying, for example, this week, when some of the European countries suspended vaccination because of certain clotting events attributed to AstraZeneca, we're on record as saying we felt that they were excessively risk averse. And one of the biggest challenges as a regulator is that you can never totally get rid of risk. Everything in life involves risk, and that includes medicines, vaccines, any medical product. So regulators can sometimes reach different decisions, or different governments can reach different decisions based on the same data. But that doesn't mean that we don't work together as a global community of regulators. And so, given where we are on the planet, this means that we spend a lot of time talking to different regulators at hugely antisocial and unsociable hours. In fact, this often means 2 or 3 late night, up to or past midnight, video conferences a week for myself and my senior staff. And I was reflecting, as I've mentioned in the paper, at 62, I'm probably having more late nights now than I had as an 18, 19-year-old uni student, although I'm not having them at bars or going out dancing. Now, I just want to bring a few final points together. The first is that transparency is absolutely critical for public confidence. And so the dilemma we have is with any treatment, it doesn't matter whether it's Panadol or it doesn't matter whether it's a vaccine, but any treatment that large numbers of people use or take or are given, that population will have a large number of significant medical events. So, whether it, and statistically, and I mean, I'll use a silly analogy. Sadly, in the next couple of weeks, there'll be a number of Rotarians, maybe not in this district, but a number of Rotarians globally, who will have heart attacks and strokes. Might have to do with the demographics, but we'll park that to the side. That's not because they joined Rotary. That's just a statistical thing, that when you have millions of people in any cohort, you will get significant numbers of adverse outcomes to your health. The challenge our team has, which is indeed 80% of the work. So when we approve a vaccine, we've done 20% of the work. We don't all go to the beach and say, that's it, someone else's problem now. So 80% of the work after we approve a vaccine is to look at reports of events and see if they're cause and effect. And that's hard. There's a lot of tools that are used, and I won't go into them now. We have teams of doctors, scientists, statisticians, and so forth who do that. Now, that is challenging because it's very easy, you can see in the media, if 3 people in Poland have a heart attack after vaccine X, it goes viral, pardon the pun. That's the nature of a 24/7 media cycle. So a real dilemma both for us and for policymakers is transparency. We've taken the view, and we may well publish and be damned, but we've taken the view to share as much information as soon as possible as we have it. Because the worst thing you can do is either appear to or actually to be hiding something. Now that can sit uncomfortably because 99% of the time that you've got your Polish heart attacks or your New York strokes, it's got nothing to do with the vaccine. But maybe 1% of the time it has. And so the challenge is being transparent, communicating it, what you do and don't know, and when you'll find out about things. And we've had some real-world examples of this week, for example, with anaphylaxis, a severe allergic reaction, to put it simply. It turned out that most of those cases were not actually anaphylaxis. They were less severe things. And we also had that with clotting disorders and clotting reactions. But we take the view that, and it's hard because the world has become used to taking 30-second or 3-second media grabs. We've got to work on this, and as a community, transparency, again, to go back to my theme of trust, is also important. So we do continue to monitor safety and effectiveness with globally after that. So just to return to the international linkage. So to return to the theme of peace in our region, we know that the COVID pandemic has had devastating effects in other countries. We're seeing this on our newspapers and TV sets about PNG. And the challenges, obviously, in PNG relate to limited or very low capacity in the health system. They can relate to challenges where, you know, we are funny. Australia is a very individualistic society, and so we were able to get off with social distancing without it being seen as actually offending someone else. In some other societies, Australian habits of social distancing and not putting your arm around someone and not patting them on the back would be seen as offending that person. So in some societies, there's also deep-written cultural reasons why addressing a contagious virus can be a challenge. I just decided in my talk to use, I'm always happy to talk about PNG, but I want to return to Fiji and Indonesia. And I would just add as a postscript, we're working closely with PNG on getting that vaccine approved in their system, helping them establish safety reporting systems, and I'll come back to why safety reporting systems are so important. But I just use Fiji and Indonesia as statistics because, frankly, Fiji has only had 2 deaths, 56 cases at least at the time of writing. I think it might be 60 now, and it might be 3 deaths, I'm not sure. And Indonesia, as a contrast, has had 32,000 deaths as of mid-February. I think it's about 40 now, sadly, and over 1 million, heading to 1.5 million cases. However, notwithstanding the relatively limited disease impact on Fiji, their economy has been devastated. Why? What are they largely dependent on? Tourism. What's not happening? Tourism. And so even though there's vastly different health impacts, both countries have been impacted for different reasons, and and therefore there's a need to assist. And so those countries in Asia Pacific we're working very close with. We're part of a $500 million program. Now, most of that $500 million, quite appropriately, is going to support global vaccine procurement. So Australia, will be supporting everywhere from East Timor through PNG down through the Pacific, almost total vaccine provision there of COVID vaccines. And in the Southeast Asian countries, we'll be helping with cheap loans and targeting some vaccine to the most vulnerable people. And again, the details of that are in my written talk. My organisation's role is actually to help these countries with technical support. They'll often have 1 or 2 university-trained people who know a bit about vaccine from a technical point of view at best. And they're making the sovereign decision. It's not there for Australia to jump in and make the decision for them, but we're there to assist with the regulatory evaluations, explaining and sharing information, what we know. I mentioned the late-night teleconferences with other countries, getting that information from another country, acting as a go-between. And so the nature of what we do in a big country like Thailand and a small country like Tonga are very, very different, and their requests for assistance. We're already starting, and I've mentioned PNG, we're already starting working with Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, and we expect to roll out to all 18 country partners in the coming weeks and months. We're fortunate that it builds on several things. I mentioned earlier that coincidentally I'd come from a development background, but a number of my staff also have. And over the last 3 or 4 years, we've been working already in trying to build the capacity of regulatory systems in poor places like Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, making it more world standard in more developed economies like Thailand and Indonesia. And in countries like the Pacific Islands, where traditionally they've been provided with medicines that have expired or of questionable origins, we've been checking, because ineffective medicines for things like high blood pressure can kill. And we've actually sadly have found some ineffective shipments. So we're building on those existing partnerships. It's not as if we're having to go and say, hey, who we are. And I just want to come back to why, in my last few minutes, I want to come back to why this is so important. And some of you have heard this story in the media because I think I told it once or twice on the ABC this week. In July 2018, 2 infants died in Samoa after receiving the measles vaccine. It's the measles, mumps and rubella, the combination one that's become almost standard in many countries. And it actually turned out that the nurses had used a paralytic agent that was used in anaesthesia instead of saline, salt water, instead of saline diluent. They grabbed the wrong vial. Now, what happened was that word got around all the villages in Samoa, and I've had the pleasure of visiting there several times in my aid days, is a very village-central, verbal, family-oriented society. And so the word had got around that, oh, there's something wrong with this vaccine, don't get your kids vaccinated. So vaccination dropped so that only a little over between a quarter and a third of kids were vaccinated, instead of over 3/4. The result was actually 83 deaths. 83 children and toddlers and babies died in the 18 months that followed, all of which were eminently and fully preventable, every single one. But it just shows the importance not only of having a safety system that monitors what the actual reason is, if there is a reason for a problem with a vaccine, but having a good communication system and having, to return to that theme that's so important for peace, trust. There's 83 children who could be alive today. We don't want that to happen with COVID vaccine in any of the countries in our region. And we actually don't want that to happen in our own country with trust. So it is an honour to return to my aid roots to be able to have a central role in that. It's also one heck of a responsibility. So just to wrap up, there's a lot we still don't know about vaccines and COVID. We don't know how long the vaccines protect for, and we don't know whether future boosters will be required. With variants, that's becoming more likely. But, of course, there are companies also developing vaccines that will aim to provide cross-variant protection. We have some promising early data on limitation of transmission, including in asymptomatic people, but it is only early. I've talked about variants and whether new vaccines. And we also need to get more information about the use of vaccines in people, for example, who are pregnant and breastfeeding. Again, I think my personal view is that events will overtake structured clinical trials here, because we know that in countries such as in the UK and in parts of the US where there's such high pressure, frontline pregnant healthcare workers have said, I'm not going to get off the COVID ward, you need me, I'm a frontline nurse, I'm a frontline physician, I will have a vaccine. Those pregnancies are being monitored very closely. So far, no evidence of any negative outcomes. So I think a real-world evidence will help us there. So vaccination will be one tool in the hope for peace. Apart from the direct impacts on loss of life and illness, the massive social and economic dislocation in our own country, and particularly those in the poorer countries of Asia Pacific, all these things, if not handled correctly, could work against peace in our region. We have already seen how societies that are stretched can react very poorly. We've also heard the debate about sharing of vaccines equitably between rich and poor countries, and it's going to take a few years until many of the poorer world's populations are vaccinated. But despite these challenges, I do remain optimistic that the pandemic actually could have a positive impact on peace. Firstly, and perhaps most importantly, it's led to greater trust in governments, but it's also led to greater what I'll call civil alignment. Now, that doesn't mean groupthink or a one-party state, but I don't know about you. I've actually seen an increase in courtesy, I've seen an increase in respect, I've seen an increase in people saying things like, for example, just today I picked up a coffee, and they weren't just going through the have a nice day motions that we perhaps heard a few years ago at coffee places. They actually said, take care, stay well. And so that gives me tremendous hope. It's become a cliche, we're all in this together, but there is a view of that. And so, and of course the other thing to hoist an area close to us professionally, the increased investment in public health and the increased trust in this country and others in professional medical and scientific advice. So I am optimistic that the pandemic and hopefully the way out of it in 2021 and 2022 and the future will actually strengthen rather than weaken the move towards peace in this country and in the region. But of course, I've talked about external things, and just as importantly is the strengthening of family and community ties and looking out for your neighbours, because surely that's the core of any effort for peace. Thanks very much.
Thank you. That was awesome. Wow. That was pretty amazing, wasn't it? And brought a sense of clarity. Thank you so much, John. It was good, clean, simple, and so informative. And it's really appreciated. It's now, I know that there's people racing towards the door, but they should wait just a few minutes, because it's now my pleasure to call on our District Governor, Michael Moore.
Thanks, Anton. What a great day it's been. And can I tell you that one of the great pleasures of being a District Governor is the honour of being able to present awards. And it's now my pleasure to call Norm Potter to please come here with Ross Ellis. Norm Potter has been the Shoalhaven District's face of bowel care for Rotary International. At the outset, he was a member of the Rotary Club of Shoalhaven Sunrise and would drive to Sydney to collect kits and return to distribute them to all pharmacies in the Shoalhaven, in excess of 30 businesses, from Berry, Gerringong, right through to the Basin area, which took several sorties to deliver them in geographic batches. 2 months later, he'd drive around to collect the leftovers and return them to Central Coast, reconciling deliveries, numbers sold, money received, so on. Last year, of course, there was only a 50% take-up of bowel care. It was then decided to cease that old process. But for his dedication to this humanitarian task, his service above self, and indeed his publicity of the work of Rotary throughout the Shoalhaven, Norm Potter is now awarded an Avenues of Service Award from Rotary International. Just ask Ron to say a few words.
I don't usually use rude words, but I have to say that there's some members of my club that are bastards. Thank you.
You know, we don't get the opportunity all that often to thank people like the MC. Hasn't Anton Pemmer been fantastic today? He did mention Paul and Carolyn Murray. Now, most of you, whether you know it or not, have come across Paul and Carolyn, because if you've done anything on Club Runner at all, then chances are very high that Paul and Carolyn have been behind it, and they were certainly behind the merger of the district in an electronic sense and making sure that could happen. They've certainly facilitated a whole series of things that have been fantastic, and personally I've been on the phone to Paul many times to help me resolve problems to do with either Club Runner or a run of things to do with Rotary electronically, and it's been greatly appreciated. So I'd like to hear a thank you for Paul as well. I'll now hand over back to Anton to let you know about the carillon, and you want me to do that? The ringing of the bells and to hand over. I'm now doing his job instead of just delegating. I'll delegate. Sorry. And we did have a little video to play first.
Hey, we don't want your members, we want your ex-members.
Let me tell you about a Rotary Club that loves the ex-members of other clubs. Why? Because they're experienced. And we can often overcome the reasons they left your club, such as cost in both time and money, or changing where they live. If they still love Rotary, then we're the perfect club. We are the Rotary Club of Brindabella. We meet online once a fortnight and members can be anywhere in the world. Our fees for this year equate to 1 carton of a decent wine, and you can drink it at home. We encourage members to do everything any other Rotarian can do, but have club projects that our members take part in. We have sliced onions at Bunning barbecues, making lifelong friends, along with tasty snacks, so Aboriginals in remote Australia get life-saving kidney dialysis. We join other clubs to have fun, as we do with kids painting gnomes, knowing that the funds raised enable young special needs children who've never had before the opportunity to play cricket. To see the absolute joy in their young faces is the goal. It's not called green cricket for nothing. A big thing in our club is encouraging individual members to take opportunities, such as organising the manufacture and sale of pandemic masks so that young men who work the streets in gangs in Timor-Leste gain an education and skills for a productive life. We do fundraising such as manning gates and collecting fees at tulip festivals so that school students who are able to attend the Canberra Careers Expo, now run by our club, are introduced to careers, work and study options available when they leave school. One of our many projects for youth. If your club needs help with fundraising, we may have a member in your area. Ring us. We try to all get together 4 times a year for social events. Recently, we had a weekend away in Tumut, hosted by that great Tumut Club. So, if you'd like to see old Rotary friends who've left Rotary back to make a difference in our communities, then email us at club@brindabella.org.au and we'll send them a little film like this, inviting them to join us. You know, between us, we can get lost Rotarians back. Wouldn't that be nice?
Okie dokie. We've survived the first day. We've lasted almost. Now, at 5 o'clock, around the corner from the building is the Korean, and there'll be the chiming of the bells for the first time at 5 o'clock today. So when we leave here, if you wish to hear what the bells are like and to go and have a look, go around the corner and check it out. Now, don't rush for the door yet. Remember at 6:30 tonight, if you're coming to the dinner, just come into the to the hall on the other side. It'll start at 6:30, and we have a guest speaker tonight, which is Dr. Robert Boy at the University of Sydney, now he should pronounce it for me, epidemiologist. There you go. Right. And I'll tell you some more backstories about Robert tonight when I introduce him. Thank you very much for attending today. There's been some awesome speakers and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Thank you.
Yep, we managed. Yeah.
No, that was good. So when I said to you the other